Kenmore City Council is now in session pursuant to RCW 4230-110-1I. The City Council will now enter an executive session to discuss potential litigation. This executive session is slated to last 45 minutes until approximately 7 p.m. Kenmore City Council is coming out of executive session, but before that, the chair would entertain a motion to authorize the city manager and city attorney's office to take all steps necessary to enforce the notice of violations issued against property located at 6229 Northeast 191st Street, Kenmore, Washington, including but not limited to filing an action in Superior Court.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion is adopted unanimously. We are now out of executive session and going back into now adjourning our special meeting and calling the regular meeting to order. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Culver.
Present.
Councilmember Marshall. Present. Councilmember Sassen.
Here.
Councilmember Srebnick.
Here.
Councilmember Lutsis.
Here.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane.
Here.
And Mayor Herberg.
Here.
All present.
That brings us to the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that the city of Kenmore is situated upon the ancestral lands of the Snohomish, Snoqualmie, Soxhawtl, Duwamish, Stillaguamish, Tulalip, Suquamish, Muckleshoot, and other tribes who are part of the Coast Salish peoples. We recognize and express our deepest respect for their enduring stewardship and profound relationship with this land, which they have cherished and protected since time immemorial. We honor the First Peoples, acknowledge their vibrant cultures, and commit ourselves to learning from their wisdom in our journey to promote justice, equity, and mutual understanding. We pledge to stand alongside these communities in acknowledging past injustices and working towards a future that respects and celebrates the diverse heritage of this land. Now, if you would all please stand, join us in the flag salute. Next, our agenda is approval of the agenda. Unless there are any objections, the agenda will stand approved as published. Hearing no objections, the agenda is approved. This brings us to our proclamation for Native American Heritage Month, November 2025. Whereas Indigenous peoples, the first people, are culturally distinct ethnic groups native to North America, Indigenous peoples, the first people, are culturally distinct ethnic groups native to North America, whose lands were later colonized and resettled by other ethnic groups. Native Americans are descendants of the original indigenous inhabitants of what is now the United States. And whereas during Native American Heritage Month, we celebrate the rich heritage, diverse cultures, and enduring contributions of Native peoples, and honor their deep and continuing connection to this land. And whereas despite centuries of displacement, violence, and systemic oppression, Native peoples have remained resilient, resourceful, and proud. And whereas Native communities have passed down rich cultures, profound knowledge, traditions, and ways of life that have enriched our heritage and continue to add to all elements of our society through their generosity of teachings on economic, environmental, and cultural sustainability. And whereas the city of Kenmore is committed to engaging in meaningful dialogue and partnership led by tribal communities around the opportunities in the areas of self-determination, sovereignty, and cultural preservation to foster an active government-to-government collaboration. And whereas the city of Kenmore recognizes the importance of land acknowledgement as an essential step in honoring the original stewards of this region and in building a more inclusive and informed community that values our shared past, present, and future. And whereas the city of Kenmore affirms that to truly thrive as a community, we must continue to learn from, celebrate, and uplift the histories and contributions of Native peoples and all diverse heritage represented in the city. Now, therefore, I, Nigel Herbig, Mayor of the City of Kenmore, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim November 2025 to be Native American History Month throughout the City of Kenmore. City Manager, where's the fun?
Thank you, Mayor. So I have two quick items on Where's the Fun. The first is, isn't it fun tonight, is our new clerk, Scott Passey's first meeting. So he's over there running the operations this evening. Thank you and welcome, Scott. And then I wanted to use this time to celebrate the Think Pink movement that's celebrating all of the efforts around breast cancer and raising breast cancer awareness. You see it showing up in pink donuts, pink cookies, pink ties, pink sports uniforms. And so I think it's timely for us to celebrate pink and all the people we know in our lives that may be battling this difficult disease. So the disease isn't fun, but I think the breast cancer community has made it something to celebrate those who are healthy as well as fighting disease. So thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to public comments. I want to welcome folks to the council's meeting. We ask that you address your comments to the mayor and council. Folks are going to get 3 minutes to speak. The clerk will call your name when it is your turn. Please state your name and city of residence and keep within the allotted time. We ask that in order for everybody to feel welcome and safe, we ask that folks refrain from interruptions such as booing, clapping, heckling, and yelling. And a quick reminder, Washington State law, under Washington State law, public comment time cannot be used to support or oppose candidates or ballot measures. I want to thank folks for keeping the remarks focused on city business. The meeting is recorded for transparency. Thank you for being here and for sharing your input respectfully. Clerk.
We have one person signed in for public comment and no virtual public comments this evening.
Okay.
We have Mark Prizey. I'm sorry if I butchered your name.
Mark Prince, Kenmore. Tonight, you're going to be talking about the limit on issuance of photo enforcement infractions. I'm against the no more than 1/2 hour policy that you're going to come up on. I believe that every camera has their own zones, and by allowing a 30-minute grace period, I can drive through every zone in 30 minutes in Kenmore. And I think that's defeating the purpose of what the cameras are supposed to do, is to slow traffic down and educate people. I don't mind it in one zone, but I don't think it should be applied to all the zones. But the main reason I'm here tonight is I handed out a little sheet of paper. And if you look at the sheet, school zones, the cameras in school zones are to promote safety. But when I read this for 2025, exceeding the speed limit in a school zone during that time when the lights are flashing, it's $110. But if I exceed the speed limit outside that area, say at 4 in the morning, it's $225. That sounds opposite what it should be. You should be enforcing and the safety of the children. It doesn't make any sense. Is that wrong, or am I reading it incorrect? I don't know. So I'm coming here. I think it's backwards. And if it is backwards, have you been overbilling people? That's another story behind that. The third thing I'm coming up for tonight is about a month and a half ago, you came out with the Adopt a Drain program. I don't know if the city's aware or was understood that there are several drains in the city that are on private property. My neighbor, who's 89 years old, has several drains on private property. And through that program, anybody could sign up and all of a sudden show up on her property. I ended up talking to the family to make sure that they registered, because there's nothing in there to distinguish private property from public property. So I think the next time we do something like that, we need to take into account what's private, because you just don't want anyone signing up and all of a sudden they're able to show up on your property. Thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes our public comment period. Thank you, Mr. Prince. That brings us to the consent agenda. Chair will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda is approved unanimously, which brings us to our presentation. Super Co-Creator Award for Lucille Vickery, presented by Communications and Tourism Manager Lauren Homiak.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, councils, and our community members. Tonight, I have the great pleasure of recognizing someone who represents the very best of Kenmore's community spirit, someone who's shown you that you're never too young to make a difference. At just 13 years old, Lucy Vickery has inspired kindness, creativity, and community connection across Kenmore and beyond. Through various Love Note projects, she helps make our city a place where everyone can truly love where they live. I'm honored to be here this evening to celebrate Lucy as one of Kenmore's most exemplary super co-creators. Here's a little bit about Lucy's community impact. First, since 2017, Lucy has participated in scarf making for Mary's Place, where thoughtful citizens have made and donated 2,876 scarves to support families experiencing homelessness. That's 7 years of warmth shared with community members who need it most, and she's been doing it since she was 6 years old. Lucy has also brought joy and connection to seniors across our community by participating in the Thoughtful Citizens Cards for Seniors project. Over the years, this group has created 2,618 handmade cards for holidays, special occasions, and just because. And through the Cards for Others project, she helped make and deliver 162 cards, including heartfelt notes to hospital workers during the height of the pandemic, and to Puget Sound Energy crews to restore power while they were restoring power during the 2024 bomb cyclone. Lucy has also rolled up her sleeves over the years to care for Kenmore's environment. Through 9 Thoughtful Citizens trash pickup events, she's helped collect more than 861 pounds of trash from our local parks. And Lucy's creativity shines through her leadership and her entrepreneurial spirit in the annual Children's Business Fair. Since 2019, Lucy has helped her mom coordinate 5 fairs and empowered more than 200 young entrepreneurs to dream big, design products, and share their creativity with the community. I've had the privilege of watching Lucy participate as a vendor the last few years and have watched her business sense and marketing skills grow as she comes up with new and creative products to sell, like her Adventure Buddies this year. What makes Lucy's impact even more remarkable is that she doesn't just attend these events, she helps make them happen. She's there from start to finish, helping gathering and select supplies, planning table layouts, setting up chairs and tents, answering questions, bringing in donations, and keeping things running smoothly. She's also right there for the meaningful moments after the events. She personally helps deliver the scarves to Mary's Place, and she hands out the cards to senior citizens. Beyond that, Lucy finds her own ways to give back outside of Thoughtful Citizens. Last year, while grocery shopping, she asked if the food pantry was still by the old Mary's Place. And when she learned that the space now serves senior women, she immediately asked if she could buy food to restock the pantry, and they did. Lucy has also helped make and hand out kindness cards, which are little notes with uplifting quotes, and I've been the proud recipient of one of those, and they truly do make someone's day. She's always looking for ways to help, whether it's through a planned project or a spontaneous act of kindness when she sees someone in need. Lucy, you truly have a heart of gold. You're the definition of a super co-creator. You're someone who leads with empathy, generosity, and action to get things done. On behalf of the City of Kenmore, we want to thank you and celebrate the many ways that you make this community stronger, kinder, and more connected. So please keep up all the good work. If we could give Lucy a quick round of applause. We would like to honor her this evening with a Super Co-Creator Award. And you're so special. You do so much for our community, and you've brightened my day and the days of so many others. So thank you for everything you do. You really shine bright. So let's head over here. We have an award for you, and we want to take a picture.
That brings us to the business agenda. First item on the business agenda is the Planning Commission recommendations on draft amendments to the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space element and Capital Facilities element presented by Assistant City Manager, Community Development Director, Debbie Bent, Principal Planner Todd Hall, and Planning Commissioners.
Good evening, Council. This evening, the Planning Commission will be presenting their recommendations on the comprehensive plan, chapters of the Parks, Recreation, Open Space, and the capital facilities elements. So staff will give a brief PowerPoint presentation to provide context, and then individual commissioners will speak to some of the key points that they felt were important to them as they were reviewing the elements. Council is welcome to ask questions at any time. Following the Planning Commission presentation, we'll be looking forward to questions and discussion. If we are not able to answer any questions this evening, or if there are some things that you want more information or you would request a change to the recommendations, we have scheduled the November 10th meeting to come back, and that would be an opportunity for final direction. When you give final direction, if there are substantive changes to the Planning Commission's recommendations, you will need to hold an additional public hearing. If there are no substantive changes, then we would move directly to ordinance adoption, and we've currently scheduled December 8th as the tentative date for adopting the ordinance, which adopts the changes to the comprehensive plan. So on that, I would like to turn it over to Todd to give the staff presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Debbie. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council members. Community Development staff are pleased to be here with you tonight along with the Planning Commission to present the draft amendments to the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space element and the Capital Facilities element of the Kenmore Comprehensive Plan. I'll provide you with a very brief introduction presentation, then I'll turn it over to the Planning Commission Chair Tracy Banashinsky, and they'll go through their recommendation points. So the purpose of the Kenmore PROS element is to provide a policy framework for the future development of the city's park system, including its open spaces, recreation facilities, and programs, as well as to provide a vision for the community and guide future planning, acquisition, and development of parks, recreation, and open spaces throughout the city. Amendments to the PROS element include an updated inventory of the city's PROS facilities and amenities, an updated level of service, which essentially is the performance standard used to measure whether a community is providing enough parks and facilities and services to meet the residents' needs. Updated maps, several new sections of the element include walkability, heat index, social equity, community outreach, and last but not least, an update to the goals, objectives, and policies. The capital facilities element is the element of the comp plan that guides the city council in making financial decisions to ensure public facilities and services continue to meet community needs. It also emphasizes facilities for which the city directly is responsible for funding and includes a 6-year plan for capital improvements, such to support both current and future population and economic growth. For this year, the only portion of the capital facilities element that was updated is table CFA, which is the Parks Capital Improvements section, since this element was just updated last year in 2024 during the periodic update of the comp plan. City staff and consultants coordinated an extensive public outreach campaign for the update and also the update of the PROS plan. In addition to discussions and a public hearing that was held at Planning Commission, there's been several outreach methods, including interviews with agency and interest groups, an open house, farmers markets, Let's Talk Kenmore podcast, surveys, top 4 and weekly updates, the Kenmore quarterly, and several website updates. And a little bit about the background of these two elements. The pros elements was last amended back in 2020 along with the pros plan. And as you recall, the city completed its periodic update of the comp plan, as I mentioned earlier, in 2024, which included an update of all the elements with the exception of the pros element, because we waited until the time was necessary to update the pros plan. And that's going to be reviewed with city council and ultimately approved in early 2026. And the capital facilities element, which I just mentioned, was updated just last year as well. So tonight, the Planning Commission will be presenting the recommendation of the pros element and the capital facilities element. And as Debbie mentioned, on November 10th, staff will return with a consulting team from Beckwith Consulting Group and for further discussion on the two elements. And then assuming there's no additional questions or concerns for city council or a need for a public hearing, staff would prepare an ordinance for adoption at your December 8th meeting. And then in January, staff will return to the city council along with a consulting team to continue discussion on the pros plan, which is anticipated to be adopted in February, which would then be able to submit the plan to the State Recreation and Conservation Office, which would allow the city to remain eligible for grant funding for state grants for another 6 years. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Chair Banashinsky and the Planning Commission, and they will discuss the recommendation of the elements. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Herbig, Honorable Deputy Mayor O'Kane, and Honorable Council members. It is our pleasure to be here tonight presenting a recommended draft elements to the pros element and to the capital facilities element. As Todd said, the purpose of the pros element is to provide the policy framework for future development of Kenmore's parks system, including open spaces, recreation facilities, and programs. We've made good headway on many of the goals that were included in the last pros element, including waterfront access with developments at Twillacuddy's and Log Boom Parks. There's more we can do to connect people to the waterfront, of course, but given the good work that has been done, we now see a need to address the imbalance between indoor and outdoor facilities for our community. We are lacking in adequate indoor spaces for teens, elders, and arts and cultures programming for all ages. Some of the other considerations that have shaped our recommendations include the fact that state, regional, county, and city planning processes and vision is going to increase, it's all driving increase in Kenmore's population. Population growth and limited amount of developable land will drive future development toward more dense land use options. And projections indicate that our population demographics will shift toward an older population with a smaller proportion of families with school-aged children. So given these shifts, our current pros capacity, which is already underserving our community in some areas, will likely become overburdened and usage will change. So in order to achieve the balance between indoor and outdoor facilities, make sure we have recreational opportunities that reflect demographic shifts and maintain what we have, we will need to make choices about what we're willing to spend and where that revenue will come from. We're already facing some structural challenges, as you all know, with our budget, so we'll have to be creative about new funding sources. I am now going to call on commissioners in turn to talk briefly on specific topics, and then we'll be glad to answer questions at the end of these short presentations. So first, Planning Commissioner LaSalle will talk more about future pros decision-making.
Thank you. Good evening. We are very excited, as Chair Banashinsky shared, to share with you our recommendations in terms of policies for parks and recreation. But as also Todd and Debbie mentioned, this is not the last time we will be talking about the pros plan. And the reason for that is because while we have very strong and what we believe appropriate for Kenmore recommendations to submit to your review and approval for the pros plan, in terms of what facilities we specifically need, there is still visibility that we are missing, and we're looking forward to discussing as a commission moving forward to provide that. The way we should consider this and the way we recommend not only that we will be presenting this to you come November, but also how we would ask that you challenge us in understanding what the needs for Kenmore should be split into two. On the left side here, you can see essentially what Kenmore wants can be identified first and foremost, of course, by the vision you as elected officials have for Kenmore. But also, disappeared. But also with regards to the various surveys and community engagements exercises that we've had. And those have been very, very positive, and we've had great engagement, and I think we have a strong vision of what Kenmore wants. But due to financial constraints and the fact that we can't have everything everywhere, we also strongly recommend to balance those with what Kenmore needs, which should be a mixture of what we already have. And in the Kenmore and the pros elements that you have and will be submitted to you, there's a strong inventory of all of the parks and recreation capabilities that we have, but also what Kenmore should have, not only based on our population and our demographics, which Chair Benazinski mentioned, but also the fact that Kenmore doesn't live in a bubble, and understanding the resources that we can benefit as a community across the North Shore and surrounding cities. That part currently is missing. We have the initial parts of a benchmark of what exists or what is reasonable in the Puget Sound, but understanding what we should have specifically for a population of a city of our size, as well as the different elements, which will allow us to do the gap analysis of what we have versus what we should have versus what we have is currently missing. We look forward to presenting that to you in November, but obviously what is important doesn't necessarily mean it is the absolute Venn diagram between what Kenmore wants and what Kenmore should have, because as City Council, we look forward to you to show the vision of what we should have. And if you decide to over-index on specific capacities, be it our access to the lake or similar capabilities, then obviously that is something that is a wonderful opportunity that Kenmore has that not every neighboring city has. However, this is a decision that should be made with the understanding that it is an over-indexing in capabilities, not just a reflection of what Kenmore, either you and or the residents might want. Thank you.
Next, Commissioner Macias will talk about indoor facilities.
Good evening. Hi. We just wanted to mention, as you review the draft capital facilities element, note of importance specifically in the capital facilities, the table CFA. It is page CF7 on your draft facilities element for reference. Capital facilities element includes a 20-year capital facilities project list for strategic plans, acquisitions, and development projects. These are our dream projects and goals. You'll see in the list holdover projects such as the Aquatic Center and the Senior Center, and there are also 2 new facilities noted for a Cultural Arts Center and a Recreation Center. Currently, Kenmore, as you've heard, is deficient in indoor amenity facilities. That deficiency will continue to increase if the city does not develop or expand amenities, particularly for recreation in theater, nature, aquatics, and teen activities by the target population of approximately 33,000 in 2050. We feel that these facilities could be collaborative amenities, especially for seniors and youth, and provide an opportunity for equitable access to programs and facilities for all of Kenmore. We believe this is important as you plan and update the PROS plan. It's aiming to strike a balance again between natural spaces, parks, community, and indoor and outdoor activities. Thank you.
Next, Vice Chair Thompson will also talk about indoor facilities.
Honorable Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members, thank you for this opportunity for us to speak tonight. Commissioner Macias points out the Commission's concerns about a balanced approach. She also highlights indoor facilities, including that seniors and youth as critical shortages in our facilities. I am not commenting on priorities regarding natural spaces or parks versus indoor facilities. That's not my point. Another of our Commissioners will talk about the need to consider expensive operation and maintenance for all of our facilities built when choosing projects. I will touch briefly on that. We wish to point out that several of the projects listed are only placeholders in the case of a surprise grant opportunity coming the way of the city. The commission feels that the current senior center is not only out of date with limited services, but the building is likely not one that can be renovated to meet program needs. This is a serious capital deficiency extending to a service deficiency. The concepts of senior and community center, recreational center, and cultural center do not necessarily need to be considered as independent projects, but as a shared facility, multi-use, to save capital and ongoing operational and maintenance costs. Long-term budgeting will be required to make this work. So please don't put the capital cart before the operational horse. Carts are one-time expenses that just sit empty and useless without a good horse that is fed well. Okay, I'm sorry about that. Then comes the topic of the pool. I did pass out just one example of an operational concept of a 2025 research piece from Kirkland. The reasons why public pools routinely fail is because of high maintenance and operational costs that are not supported by user fees. In some cases, they also fail because of inadequate spread of the risk, especially between government entities. Even with a municipal park district, ongoing unfunded expenses will require voter-approved tax increases or bigger ask from the respective government partners. In this case, as with all cases that we do projects together with other municipalities or the county, we believe that that it seems the larger government pool of partners, that's not a pun, you know, the less risk to us. Since this would be a shared need, we should look at no larger share than our proportion of the population on these joint facilities, whether it's a senior center, a pool, an athletic field, anything. Thank you.
And now Commissioner Olson will talk about trails and connectivity.
All right, I'm gonna switch topics a little bit and don't get to be as serious, or I should say have to be as serious this evening. So council, plan that we looked into and policies that we implemented or hope to implement and recommend for implementation include utilizing existing transportation corridors and future transportation corridors to help connect parks and open spaces. In the previous plan, there was proposals for a walkway waterfront, a waterfront walkway, and instead of paving over some of our existing natural spaces and open areas, we discussed having or utilizing more of our existing and future transportation corridors to connect those routes between parks and existing parks. The intent for that is so that we don't go through wetlands and other open spaces. I don't believe that is in this plan. I believe they'll be coming with the pros plan, which is going to be coming later this year or early next year. And we'll see maps and other items associated at that time. That said, the form or the base policies are in this element here before you today. Yeah, I don't have too much more on that, but Excited about it. Thank you.
Okay, and last but not least, Commissioner Dorian will talk to you about why we restructured the goals. That was a huge body of work for us, and you may have noticed that they changed quite a bit.
Thank you, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council members. So just when you see the summary of amendments in your packet, it looks quite a lot because there were a number of new goals. Really, what we encouraged and then what Todd was able to do was restructure the existing goals that we had to optimize the way that they were positioned. So restructured and reframed. We felt that the previous goals were a little bit too tied to the outcomes from a piece of research that had been done previously. So the structure was really in terms of the priorities that had come out of that piece of research, instead of more holistically covering everything that we need to do with a PROS plan. So what we did was keep all of those priorities from that previous piece of research, but at the same time restructure and make sure that we now had a broader sense of everything that should be achieved within the PROS planning and element. So that includes making sure that things like accessibility were taken into account. When we looked back at the previous goals, objectives and policies, there was a mention of inclusion and accessibility, but it was only about cultural facilities, not about the broader parks. So one of the things we achieved by restructuring the goals was to make sure that we mentioned accessibility and inclusion when we're looking at parks and access to parks, as well as just specifically where it was placed before. So when you look at that, you'll see at the goal level, it looks a lot, but if you look down to the policy level, you can map across back to where they were previously. They've really just been restructured.
All right, that concludes comments from specific commissioners, and we are happy to take questions or comments at this time. Since we are short on microphones, if there's a commissioner who feels like they'd like to provide an answer, you can just approach the podium.
Questions? Councilor Marshall.
Thank you. This may be responded to by any number of the commissioners, I think, but and just to start most recently with Commissioner Dorian, what was the previous piece of research referred to? Sorry to drag you back up there.
Good question. It was related to the previous PROS plan. I think it may have even been from 2017. I would have to look that up. If you give me a minute, I'll look back in the PROS plan.
Wait, I was thinking maybe it was a survey or had survey results.
I think it was kind of a group. It was a body of research that was done, not just one survey, but several surveys and studies. And then it was the summary of the consultants at that time that was more of a, how would I put it, aspirational way of rolling up what had come out of those discussions and survey results, which is good, and we use that, and it's still retained within the PROS plan. But in terms of setting up goals and objectives for an element, we felt it wasn't aiding us anymore. It's a bit too specific to discussions at that time versus giving us a way to be more what's the word that one? More not tied to an existing time. I can't think of that word, but it enabled it to be something that could be in perpetuity. There you go. Goals that could stay without being too tied to a specific moment in time.
Thank you. I applaud the emphasis, what I thought I saw on a new recognition of need for facilities in North Central Kenmore through an equity lens. That's great. Do we think, and this can be for anybody and it's very theoretical, but if the council at some point we're looking at then having to prioritize and having to tighten this budget and having to not do projects that we want to do, would that prioritization of the North Central Kenmore for equity purposes be reflected, or would you like to see that reflected in that process?
I think that we have structured the goals and objectives and use language that would facilitate council making that decision.
Thanks. And then my final question was, did I miss, or did we have the pier at Log Boom Park described, or maintenance or cost thereof in this plan?
Let me get back to you on that. We own the pier, but we lease the land that the pier is located on. So your question in terms of costs of maintenance, I don't know if that's a capital project more than a maintenance project. It would be a capital project if for some reason, let's say you had to replace the entire pier or a portion of the pier, or you added on a new structure to that pier. But if it's ongoing maintenance, then it would be probably covered in the Public Works maintenance budget. But I can check to make sure what is assigned in the maintenance budget.
Might be more of a public works issue.
If it's purely maintenance, yes. This list reflects more capital rather than ongoing maintenance. So it would be kind of looked at in the same way as ongoing maintenance in the park. But I will check with Jennifer Gordon and get back to you on that.
Thank you. Yeah, I just see the overlap of, so many of our citizens enjoying it for free public access. Yeah, totally free. Thank you.
Councilor Shubnik.
Yeah, thanks for this. I focused most on the new things, and just had a couple questions about the new maps. So the first one is the walkability map, which I love that idea. I did have a couple questions about it. It looks like maybe Linwood Park is missing, and then I wasn't quite sure how to interpret over by Swamp Creek Park. The park, at least I think that's what I'm seeing there, is designated, but then like right up against it, and this happens elsewhere on the map, it says it's more than 10 minutes to a park, which I was having trouble understanding that. So, and then I have questions on the heat map as well, but I'd love the walkability map to be addressed first.
We're all looking at each other like, somebody please answer.
Page 44, sorry.
So I think what Councilmember Shrubnik, there are two questions. One was, is Linwood Park missing in terms of the walkability? Is that identified? Which would, if it's not, then that would affect walkability, so we can check that. And the second one is, how is walkability defined in terms of proximity to Wallace Swamp Creek Park?
Well, and it occurs elsewhere, like around just south of Bothell Way. There's a large green spot and then red right up against it again. So it's more that concept is, how can it be more than 10 minutes if it's right up against it?
Right.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I can get through all the detail tonight. I've made notes and we'll added that to the list of questions. We'll respond to you. Thank you.
And then the other question was the heat map, which again, I really appreciate you doing this, super helpful. Similarly, it looks like maybe Linwood is not there. And I wasn't quite sure, maybe the red block is really Morelands. So that was my only reflection on that, just sort of making sure all of our parks are actually represented. Thanks.
Commissioner Olson.
I did have one note, I believe, with the walkability map, and this is something that I think staff should confirm, but I believe that was based off of entrances and exits to the park. So you can have locations that might be right next to it, but if a person would have to ostensibly walk all the way around the park to get to the entrance, it might be a bit more difficult to get to it. I would want to double check on that, but I believe that's how they ran this, and it's also based off of walk sheds. That said, GIS is finicky, it makes mistakes, so staff will probably want to still double check on that.
And Nigel pointed out that Linwood is there. It's just small.
Well, that's bad.
Councilor Lutzis.
Yeah, I just want to start by saying thank you. It's great that we have folks who are so dedicated to this and so full of ideas and insight that I think is super valuable. One of the questions I had regarding the pros plan has to do with those salmon colored boxes and the contextual, sort of that first section there. They talk about ratios and where we're projected to go. And I was a little curious about those, and maybe you could provide me your thinking there. The way those read almost sound more like objectives, right? It sounds like there's an implicit desire for Kenmore to maintain a specific ratio or fall within a certain service level or something like that. And I was curious to know why those were included in sort of that contextual snapshot area, and maybe not factored in a little bit more as an objective elsewhere, is something that we can shoot for.
I believe the reason that those things appear in the document, and Debbie and Todd or other commissioners can add context if I don't get it quite right, but that was part of an effort to pull out recommendations that might be specific to Kenmore from both the data that we were given and kind of best practices and parks planning in general. So we're really trying to get us all thinking about, again, specifically, what does all this information that we have been taking in mean for Kenmore and what we can do in the future? And I do believe that we used that information to pull into the goals and objectives. So those things should be reflected in the goals and objectives as well. Go ahead, Commissioner Doran.
Yeah, I think I'm seeing policy 4.1.3. Continue to monitor and assess baseline and benchmark data, level of service, trends, community needs, demand, participation, satisfaction, and other key metrics, et cetera, et cetera. I think those fall into that because those are that's the baseline and benchmark data that's being shared. So it's a small policy that's hidden down there, but I think the intent is that we keep monitoring that to make sure we're not.
I would certainly be happy pulling that out a little bit more explicitly than hiding it down there. I will say too, though, the level of service also gave me a little bit of pause there too, because I know earlier in the contextual area, there was a specific box that sort of said, you know, that levels of service are really difficult to apply because parks and locations are not the same. So it's very difficult to compare places to places. But I did notice in one or two areas throughout some of these policies as well that there is reference to level of service. But earlier on, it said that, you know, we're not quite abiding by levels of service anymore. But, you know, so I was curious. That was another thing that kind of jumped out to me in addition to that. But no, I think from my perspective too, I would certainly personally be more in favor of making some of those trends that we see explained or outlined, those projections in the context, you know, incorporated a little bit more as an objective to say we would like to make sure that we're maintaining this ratio or striving for this ratio or something, a little bit more than slipping it in there. But again, thank you. I appreciate that insight.
Councilmember Sassen.
Thank you, commissioners. First of all, I want to say that that initial Venn diagram is one of my favorite forms of graphics. I've really liked it. So thank you. I wish I could have that sort of incised as I look at all in my brain as I look at all the rest of these things. But and then I'm looking at the walkability map, and I just need to speak for my community because I live just below Morelands Elementary. And because of the city's arrangement with the school district, Morelands Elementary School has essentially possession of that park 5 days a week. So that park is not accessible to residents pretty much at all, as I was told by a very precocious fourth grader one day, during school hours or immediately in the aftermath. So I just want to say I think it gives a false impression of walkability in that neighborhood, and I felt I needed to represent that. Thank you.
I will speak to that, Councilmember Sasan, by also saying that the walkability map, if I understand the answer I was given when I asked about it, is that it does not, it assumes basically that Kenmore is flat. And we all know that that is not true of our community. So I do think that this map provides some useful information, but I do feel like we got to ground truth it, because there are some communities where it's going to take half an hour to walk somewhere that it would take 15 minutes to walk if it were flat. And because of things like just it takes more effort to walk up a hill. And also sometimes we can't walk through our ravines, we have to walk around. So again, I think this map does need a lot of ground truthing and contextualization.
Any other questions or comments?
I just want to thank Commissioner or Chair Banaszynski for calling attention to the hills. It was a little levity that I needed this evening. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Ms. Bent, do you, it sounds like you have do you have what you need, I guess is what I'm trying to ask.
You asked some general questions, so we'll come back in November to answer those. And I guess what I would ask council to do is please read this carefully. If you feel that there is anything missing that you want changed and that you would think it would fall into that substantive nature, if you could please give me a heads up in advance so we can be prepared to answer any further questions on the 10th. I will be looking for final direction on the 10th. If there are any substantive changes, and if there are, we'll then schedule a public hearing. If there are no substantive changes, I will be asking for direction to bring back an ordinance. So there's still time to think about it. I know this was a lot of information presented to you this evening, so I want to give you the opportunity to reflect and come up. If you have any more questions, comments, concerns, please let me know.
Councilor Sasson.
Just one more question, thank you. I'm wondering where the assessment that our population will be aging and be without as many school-age children, that feels true, although I have to say I received that news with dismay. It makes me sad. So I'm just wondering where that came from and what we know about that. Thank you.
It's based on looking at current projections. So kind of, you can kind of look at a moment in time and then you kind of project that moment in time forward. The birth rate is falling, the population is aging. So you look at general trends nationally, regionally, and you kind of see if those are reflected locally based on the data that we have. So we are making some assumptions in terms of projections, but it is based on census data, essentially.
So that's a not specific necessarily to Kenmore. That is general population.
It's general population. It's based on, we have census information on Kenmore. So you're looking at census information for Kenmore compared to King County, compared to the region. And we generally are tracking in the same way. We didn't find sort of any trends where Kenmore's sort of unique in terms of forecasted changes in demographics. But again, you're looking at it in a moment of time, making projections. So this is something that, this is why plans are updated frequently to take note of any changes in trends. Mm-hmm. But this is what we're seeing right now, an aging population and fewer children.
Yeah, and I would add to that affordability. So.
Thank you.
Commissioner Olson.
I did just want to mention on that, it's also a growing population. So if you look at the decrease in proportions of children, there's still more children predicted in the future than today by total number. So it's a combination of those things. And I emphasize what Debbie was saying around it's a snapshot in time, it's a prediction. These things change frequently. But just because proportions change also does not necessarily mean fixed numbers change. They can actually increase even as a proportion decreases.
Any more questions or comments? All right, well, as always, I want to thank our planning commissioners for all your hard work. This is very thoughtful and you've given us a lot to think about, and I will encourage all my colleagues to heed what Ms. Bent said. And if you have substantive changes or anything, make sure you please get those to her as soon as you can so that we can start working through those things if we need to. But again, thank you so much for everything you all do. I really appreciate it. That brings us to the next item on the agenda, City of Kenmore 2026 State Legislative Agenda, presented by City Manager Terry Kilgore and Gordon Thomas Honeywell, State Lobbyist Shelley Helder.
Thank you, Mayor. It's that time of year again where we prepare for the next legislative session at the state level. Shelley, who will be joining us in just a moment, is our state lobbyist working with Gordon Thomas Honeywell. And each year we revisit the legislative agenda previously set, and this year we also would like to discuss the proposed policy statements. As a reminder, this is a short legislative session, and so we are expecting that it will move quickly. Things will move very quickly, and that most of the activity at the state level will be bills carried forward from the prior session. So I'm now hemming and hawing a little bit because I thought Shelley would be with us.
I'm here. I don't know if you can see me. Can you hear me?
Oh, there she is.
Okay.
Excellent. Thanks, Shelley. So I'll turn the presentation over to her at this point.
Great. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. It is good to be with you, albeit virtually this evening. And as the city manager said, I'm here this evening to, again, help the city prepare for the 2026 legislative session. So this evening, my presentation will cover 4 different areas. I'm going to start by sharing a brief preview of the 2026 session. I'll provide some context for the funding requests that are made to the state, kind of just overall budget realities, and then we'll review the city's draft 2026 legislative agenda and wrap up with some next steps. So the 2026 session is the second year of the biennium. So it's a 60-day session. It's often referred to as a non-budget year since the legislature makes adjustments to the 2-year budgets that were already adopted. Although there are 9 legislative races on the November ballot, I think, in my opinion, really only one of them is truly competitive. That's the Senate race in the 26th legislative district. And no matter the outcome of that race, whether it's the Republican or the Democrat that wins, Democrats will still have a several seat advantage in both the House and the Senate. So they will retain the majority in both chambers for the 2026 session. Every bill that was introduced in 2025 that did not pass into law will be automatically reintroduced in 2026, and legislators can also introduce new bills as well. Following the 2026 session, there will be another campaign season where the entire House and half of the Senate will be running for re-election. And traditionally, we don't see really controversial policies advance in even-numbered years. Both because it's logistically challenging to pass a controversial bill in a 60-day session, and because legislators are mindful of their upcoming campaign cycle. So some of this funding context may be review, but I think it's important to just kind of level set every once in a while. So as you all know, the state has 3 budgets: the operating, transportation, and capital. And as was mentioned, they adopt these budgets every 2 years. The state's budget, the current budget, runs from July 1st of 2025 through June 30th of 2027. The state's operating budget is facing it's funny, depending on who you talk to, you get a different number. The number that I've been using most recently is a $900 million deficit over the 4-year outlook. And this figure reflects the decline in anticipated revenue, which is just one side of the equation. It does not take into account changes in forecasts or changes in caseloads, which would increase costs. It also does not account for any potential decisions the legislature may choose to make to backfill programs that have lost federal funding. So in the short session, in order to balance the budget, legislators will either have to raise new revenue or cut expenses, or a combination of both. They did both in 2025, and already budget writers, we've been hearing that they are resistant to raising more revenue. So I think what that means is there's going to be more cost-saving measures considered in order for the operating budget to balance. The transportation budget is fortunately not facing a shortfall this biennium, which is the first time in many years that that's been the case. And revenues are forecasted to be slightly, very, very minimally up in the current biennium, but then to decline again in the next biennium. So I expect transportation budget writers are going to remain committed to funding projects that have begun, meaning projects that are already underway that need additional money because the costs have increased in order to be completed. That's been a priority of the legislature, as well as finding or increasing the state's commitment to maintenance and preservation of the state's highway system. The third budget, the capital budget, it's the most stable of the three because it's primarily funded through bonds. So the current biennial capital budget is $7 billion, and the remaining bonding capacity for a supplemental budget is $349 million. Obviously, that's a very small amount. The capital budget does have some external sources aside from just bonding capacity, so the budget will be slightly larger than that, but I like to share those numbers just to help understand the scale that we're talking about when we reference a supplemental budget. So despite it being a non-budget year, the state's budget process is already underway. So it begins with state agencies preparing their budget requests and then submitting them to the state's budget office, or the Office of Financial Management, as it's referred to. Those were submitted back on September 15th. And so since then, the governor and his team have been reviewing the agency requests and developing the governor's proposed operating, transportation, and capital budgets. Those will be released in mid-December, and the governor's budgets are proposals. They serve as the starting place for legislative discussions. And then throughout the course of the legislative session, both the House and the Senate each develop their own proposed budgets. So by the time we get to the end of session, we have 3 budgets from the House, 3 budgets from the Senate, 3 budgets from the governor, and then we end up with final versions. And hopefully the final version is voted upon by the legislature and then delivered to the governor. The supplemental budgets will take effect July 1st of 2026. So now we'll transition to talking about the city's draft 2026 state legislative agenda. The draft agenda in your packet should look familiar since it is very similar to the city's current 2025 legislative agenda. So, but there are some minor updates to the priorities, and so I'm just going to review each of them briefly. So there's 3 draft priorities. The first is a continued request from the state to be a partner in the acquisition and development of Lake Point. As we've said now, 2026 is a supplemental budget year, so it's not the best opportunity to secure a large sum. Typically $500,000 or more is difficult in a supplemental year. However, if there's a distinct phase of the process that can be completed with a smaller amount, like a $250,000 capital budget request, that's the range that's more competitive in a short session. So you'll notice in the language in your agenda packet, we've left the language flexible at this point. There's not a specific dollar amount called out. We're wanting to keep that flexible so we can pivot as the process advances. We will, of course, need to make that decision at some point prior to needing to submit a capital budget request come January. And if it turns out that there's not a funding request being made in the 2026 session, keeping this project as a priority on the city's agenda, I think is still a really good idea. It allows us to keep it top of mind for state lawmakers and to prepare for a larger capital budget request in 2027 when a new biennial budget will be developed. The second priority is state funding to close the financial gap on several pedestrian and bicycle projects in Kenmore. In the 2025 session, we were successful in having the funding for the 61st Avenue Sidewalk Replacement Project advanced to the current biennium. That that entire endeavor took several years, but it was accomplished, so it allowed us to remove that project from the list on the legislative agenda. So that's the main change to that section. The remaining projects they're not listed in any kind of priority order, though I would advise that we identify if there is a priority, that we identify it, because if there's transportation funding available, there's not going to be enough available to fund all those projects. And just as a reminder, when this list was created back in the fall of 2024, the thought was to create a little bit of like a menu for our legislators to choose from based on the opportunities that arose. The feedback that we received from legislators was that they preferred to know what the city's highest priorities were, and then to be able to fund those opportunities within that order. So they may not be able to fund the highest priority, but at least they know what it is. So that's just something for us to be mindful of. If there is no priority order, that's okay. But if there is, we should include it. And then finally, we are continuing to seek the state's partnership in upgrading the digital permitting software that is owned by the eCityGov Alliance. You'll recall that in the 2025 session, we requested $2.7 million. And despite strong support from both chambers and both sides of the aisle, there was no funding allocated in the operating budget. And at the end of last session, when I was presenting to you all, honestly, it felt a little futile to continue with the request in the second year of the biennium, just knowing the budget outlook. However, there have been some developments that now make me believe there is value in persisting with this request. And one of those is that the Department of Commerce is, mind you, state agencies know the budget outlook. Department of Commerce, among their many requests, is requesting $3 million for the supplemental budget, and then $4.5 million each biennium moving forward to provide grants to local governments to support digital permitting upgrades. They, as described in their agency request, they envision distributing the $3 million to 12 different jurisdictions with an average award of $250,000. So just given this information, I think it's important to continue messaging the value of a publicly owned permitting software system as an efficient investment of state resources, as well as to note that the longer we wait, the more expensive it will be to upgrade the software. I do want to set realistic expectations with this priority. I don't know if this is something the legislature will be able to fund in the supplemental year. And I've been advised that a partial amount is not sufficient to achieve the upgrade because there's not the additional resources from the jurisdictions that are part of the alliance. That said, I don't think it would hurt to continue highlighting the need for this tool. And I think it may even serve as a defensive tactic against potential new policies that may seek to further mandate permitting requirements or permitting timelines for local jurisdictions. So those are the three priorities. And then, as the city manager mentioned, in addition to the priorities listed on the legislative agenda, there is also a policy statement document. And I just want to, for the benefit of those listening, distinguish between those two documents. The legislative agenda lists the issues that the city is going to play a proactive role in advancing. And the policy statements document are issues that may or may not arise during a legislative session. But if they do, we want to know what the city's position is so that we can engage in a really timely manner. The policy statements document is substantively unchanged from the 2025 version. And tonight is an opportunity for the council to provide feedback on both the legislative agenda and the policy statements document. So before I turn it over to you all for that discussion, here's where we are in the process and kind of what comes next. So again, this evening is about getting your input and guidance on these documents. Once you all have adopted the legislative agenda and the policy statements, then we would brief the city's state legislators. So that's the first district legislators. We've already been in conversation with them, but we are very cautious to not get ahead of the council in briefing them on future priorities in the event that there is some change in your guidance. But we have been keeping up communications with them. And then the 2026 legislative session begins on January 12th. And so that will be here before you know it. It's not on the slide, but I do want to mention also that the Association of Washington Cities, their city action days are January 21st and 22nd. And so if that's something that you're interested in doing and participating in, definitely let the city manager know, let me know. We can make sure that we take advantage of you being in town and set up meetings to advocate for the city's priorities. So I will stop sharing my screen and look forward to your questions and feedback.
All right, let's structure this a little bit. If we could take questions first, then we can talk about the agenda, and then we can talk about the policy statements. If we could just try to do it that way. Do we have any questions for Shelley before we get into talking about the proposed agenda? Yeah, Councilmember Sassen.
Shelley, thank you so much. I really always appreciate your input. I hear what you say about keeping the digital permitting system upgrade on our agenda, and I particularly appreciated you identifying it as a potentially defensive move. And I just wanted to say thanks for that. It was clarifying.
Any other general comments or questions? All right, do we have any comments or questions on the proposed legislative agenda? Or is everybody okay with that as it is? Okay, it looks like everybody is fine with the proposed legislative agenda. That brings us to policy statements. Any comments, questions, thoughts on the policy statements? Councilor Lutzis?
This is just a larger comment. I know last year I made a similar comment that I think scanning through here, I think there's some things that might be a little out of date or might need to be revised and brought up to date. And so I think it might be worthwhile to go through. I think last year, Mr. Mayor, you had recommended maybe getting together a subcommittee or something like that, understanding that this session is a shorter session. I'm not saying that there's any urgency to do that right now. And actually, our city manager made the recommendation that maybe we spend some time during our next retreat actually going through and kind of going through these a little more in depth and updating them. But they've been pretty static since I've been on the council, and I think it might be worthwhile to go through and bring them up to date, add some new ones, take some off that maybe have been completed, or are no longer a priority for us. For instance, I see how big of a priority the water taxi still is. I feel like that conversation has kind of moved to the wayside, and maybe we want to put something a little more urgent on there. But that's just one example. I think there's a couple other in there.
Councilmember Culver.
Thank you. Yeah, I've got some input on the policy statements that we've got. I think we should remove the zoning and land use section from our policy statements. It argues for local control. And while I fully understand the appeal of local control, Washington is a home rule state. I help bring initiatives to Kenmore specifically to empower community voices at a local level, supported 7-0 by a vote by this council. But when you look more closely at local control, specifically in the domain of housing and land use, it has a problematic history of unintended consequences, which makes me averse to putting this forward as a statement for legislative advocacy as a council. I found a thoroughly researched paper The geography of inequality, how land use regulation produces segregation by Jessica Traunstein, which concludes, by invoking their powers of control over land, local governments affect the aggregate demographic makeup of communities and the spatial distribution of residents and services, thereby generating and enforcing racial segregation. If my colleagues need more convincing, let me read a couple excerpts from another paper, A Legislative Platform. First, it is essential that legislation provides localities maximum flexibility to pursue locally designed policies and minimize the likelihood of preemption of local land use and zoning decisions. The second one being American homeowners and citizens know what is in the best interest of their neighborhoods and communities. Localities, rather than the federal government, must have the final say in zoning laws and regulations. Those passages come from Project 2025, the blueprint for President Trump's second term, which personally is not a political project I want to be advocating for. It seems greatly out of step not only with our values our community holds, but in a shared spirit of principles-centered leadership, and given our commitments to DEIA and evidence-based approaches, it seems out of alignment with our own stated values as council. For those reasons, among others, I think we should cut it.
I didn't hear a motion there. Is there a motion?
I would move that we remove it, and I would kindly ask for a second.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Discussion. Councilor Marshall?
Yes, as I recall, the adoption of this policy statement was part of a discussion that we had at least a couple years ago, several years ago, where we debated and went through our goals and values. And I think it adequately reflects those goals and values, and which are still utterly valid. And respectfully, the thing that my esteemed colleague misses is that, you know, everybody has the right to be able to make their decisions, I think, about what happens in their own town. And to de-emphasize the power and the rights of people to be able to make those decisions is anti-democratic. Zoning is particularized for a lot of reasons. The people who live in their own neighborhoods know what's going to be needed, say, for a particular geographic feature in the neighborhood, how much parking is going to be there, how much setback to include, what their geography is like, what their land is like. And it's definitely a dangerous path to go down when you allow a centralized interest group, which can be easily influenced by any number of interest groups, to make the decisions and apply them all locally. There's also a real, you know, the equities emphasized and a racial impact. What and the subtext of this is, you know, the housing and what we've dealt with middle housing. I'm not going to beat around the bush about that. The thing that always gets left out over that is class. And the fact that Kenmore, in large part with our neighborhoods, is and was a middle-class town with many 60s ramblers built in the first blush of some sort of economic ascendancy in the United States. Many flaws, with no doubt a racial impact in terms of who gets to go to suburbia and not. There's no question about that. But what we have now is the legacy of middle-class neighborhoods, middle-class families being told, you know, there's something wrong with what you did and how you worked and how you afforded. And now that there are so many wealthy and rich people pouring in here, you know, you're going to have to give up your right to make your own decisions about what happens in your own town in terms of zoning. So that's wrong. It's anti-democratic. We ought to keep local control.
Councilmember Shrubnik?
I have a slightly different spin, but generally concur with Councilmember Marshall. I think just the nuance of what this says was crafted pretty carefully. I think and I just want to emphasize the first part of this, that the city supports the state establishing housing goals. I don't think there's any question that that was a good thing, and it put cities on an even playing field, with the understanding that we all need to pitch in to get to those housing goals and targets in the timeframes that the state established, full stop. What this is trying to say is we understand that, we support that. What we want control of is the how we get to those. And so that's the nuance of how this was written, and I do support how it was written.
Any other discussion? Councilmember Culver and then Councilmember Sassen.
Yeah, I would just volley in terms of, supporting the state setting these goals. They already did. They exist. And it's incumbent on jurisdictions to deliver on hitting those goals, which I think by all evidence, we've fallen well short. So in my opinion, like if we remove the problematic elements of taking out the local control piece, or what we call local discretion, clean that up a little bit, it's kind of redundant. It falls into itself, it implodes a bit. So that's why I think just nix the thing entirely.
Councilor Sassen?
I did want to, as my second to the motion indicates, I do want to support removing it from our priorities, simply because I firmly believe that power, especially power of ownership, residential ownership, land ownership, is not equitable. And even those of us on this council, cannot, in all good faith, say that we are representative of all the people in our town, even if we try. And I think that that statement remaining is in conflict with our DEIA strategic plan, which we have made similarly a very firm commitment to. So I'm in favor of removal.
Any further discussion? Councilor Lutzis?
In my opinion, I think there's a lot here and a lot to digest. And so I would certainly, kind of back to my earlier comment, be willing to open the door for a longer, more robust conversation in hearing from the community on this topic, and, thinking a little bit more through it and processing some of the points that were made. But that said, no matter my vote tonight, I would be happy to have a more robust conversation at a later date when we kind of open this up more completely.
Councilor Marshall?
That's a good point. Would we want to involve our community? Would we want to have our community weigh in to this and what they think about the whole issue? I think that anybody who's democratically minded certainly would be open to that.
Any more discussion? Deputy Mayor?
I think it's good that we open this conversation. I do think that the clarification that Councilmember Shrubnik drew attention to is that we do support establishing housing goals. I do wonder if we were to remove this, and how do we represent our city if we don't have discretion in accomplishing those goals through our zoning and land use decisions? I think there is a reason that there are city councils, and I think that we've been working very hard to meet these goals. And therefore, I think that it's important for us still to have the ability to work towards accomplishing the goals through our zoning and land use decisions. We have a very unique city. We have underutilized property that's needs to be taken care of in a unique way. We have a TOD. We have housing projects underway. We actually do need to have a mindful approach here that also not only is serving the needs of those who need housing, but while we're doing that, creating a form of economic development at the same time. Therefore, I support maintaining this so that we are very conscious of how we are approaching meeting the great and important housing needs of our region here in the city of Kenmore. I'm open to further discussion, but for this evening, I think I'm comfortable with where it is today.
Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, would the clerk please take the roll on the proposed amendment?
Councilmember Marshall.
Could we hear the motion again, please?
This is a motion to strike the zoning and land use policy statement from the legislative agenda.
On the proposed policy statements.
No.
Councilmember Lutsis.
No.
Councilmember Culver.
Yes.
Councilmember Srebnick.
No.
Councilmember Sasson.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane.
No.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes, the motion fails 3-4, 4-3. Any other thoughts on the proposed policy statements? Councilor Sasson?
Yeah, hi, thanks. I had an exchange with Shelley Helder in following up about the concerns of our community with e-bikes. I reached out to Shelley to find out if there had been any, if there was any legislation involved in Washington State that we should be aware of. And I wonder, Shelley, if you want to share your response, or do you want me to, what would you, how can we do that?
Yeah, I'm happy to share what I shared with you. So a couple weeks ago, the Association of Washington Cities convened a group of kind of interested parties, mostly cities, to talk about the concerns they've been hearing related to, I get public safety concerns related to e-motorcycles. And I think at the beginning of the discussion, what was quickly understood was that some people are referring to these as e-bikes, some people are referring to these as e-motorcycles. And so very quickly, one of the items that was identified as a need is proper definition of what are these bikes, what are the features that make them e-motorcycles, and how are they distinct from e-bikes. And there was some additional conversation about why it's important for that distinction so that there's not a deterrence from people opting to use bikes or e-bikes, but encouraging them for e-motorcycles to be used in a safe way. So what I shared with Councilmember Sasson earlier was that AWC is working with other jurisdictions to develop draft legislation. It's not developed yet, but that would focus on definitions, what is an e-motorcycle, and what are the requirements of ownership. And the suggestion was that it needs to be a registered vehicle, just like a motorcycle is, and that there be certain licensing and operating requirements for those who are going to drive them. So I think that's the kind of crux of the what's happening that could impact the 2026 legislative session. I will also note that in that meeting, there were some communities that shared they saw a drastic decline in community concern when they shared when they basically did a full-blown public announcement of what the expectations and the requirements are for an e-motorcycle ownership. And some of the communities did that through either their monthly newsletter or their utility billing statement. and some coordinated with their public schools, primarily their middle schools, to get that information out to families. And it kind of seemed like once people understood, oh, there are laws and there are requirements around this type of vehicle, and it is a vehicle, not necessarily a recreational toy, that changed behavior rather quickly.
So the recommendation that Ms. Helder made for us was that she recommended that we perhaps include under the public safety heading a statement that says something to the effect of the city supports legislation to define e-motorcycles and establish clear standards for ownership and operation. So I would make a motion that we include that language in our priorities.
I'll second. Okay. Now I'll give it to Councilmember Shrevenick. We have a motion, a second discussion. Councilmember Lutzis.
This is just nitpicky. Would it be possible to put this under our transportation section? Or I guess it doesn't matter. It's just.
Yeah. I think Shelley had her reasons for pointing it towards public safety, I think.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I can chime in, and I think Councilmember Lutzis, it's a good observation that it could fit under transportation. I think because at least for what I'm hearing is that the concern is around the safety of the user and the other people on the sidewalks, on trails. And so it's really the crux of the policy is around public safety. And that these vehicles are not necessarily being used for primarily transportation, but more for enjoyment. So that was my logic, but this is your policy manual, so defer to you all.
Thank you. It's not that big of a deal. It's just more of a clarifying question, but thank you. I appreciate that.
Any other discussion? Yeah, Councilor Marshall.
I'm very grateful for Councilmember Sasson to have brought this up because it does seem to be an issue. I do want to hear more from our public about how they feel about it, but I think that at this point we're asking, all right, can we weigh in on, or can there be an exploration of legislation to start thinking about regulation of e-bikes? So I think it's a great step forward.
And to clarify, we're talking about e-motorcycles, which are slightly different, but they're not defined yet. And I want to thank Councilor Sasson too. I spoke with the same constituent that she spoke with about this, and I agree. I don't know how many, if you all noticed the same thing over the summer, but I saw a lot of younger people, I think, going far too fast in public streets with these, like little $800 Costco purchases, and I was really concerned, especially seeing them going down like 68th or something. And I do think that there needs to be a little bit more education for parents on exactly what they're buying and what's allowed. Because I don't know, I'm just waiting. I'm hoping that nothing terrible happens, but I was concerned all summer. So I support adding this to our agenda. Any other comments? All right, seeing none, could the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Sasson.
Yes.
Councilmember Shrevenick.
Yes.
Councilmember Culver.
Yes.
Councilmember Lutzis.
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane.
Yes.
And Mayor Herbig.
Yes, the motion passes unanimously. Any other thoughts on the policy statements? All right, not seeing any. They are asking for approval tonight, so the chair would entertain a motion to approve the state legislative agenda and the amended policy statements.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Being none, would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Lutzis.
No.
Councilmember Culver.
No.
Councilmember Shrevenick.
Yes.
Councilmember Sasson.
No.
Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes, the motion is adopted 4-3. Thank you very much, Shelley, and thank you, City Manager.
Thank you.
Yeah, have a good night. That brings us to the next item, which is proposed ordinance number 250632 KMC 1045, update limited infraction window for photo enforcement infractions, presented by our traffic engineer, Tobin Binigold, for discussion and potential adoption.
Mayor.
Yeah.
While they work on the technology, just a little context for the council. This is intended to be a brief presentation, implementing topics that you've heard much about in terms of our CAPE rollout. But we know there's been some questions about how this would operate, what does it look like? And so our comments will be brief, but we wanted to give you that context and open up the discussion for council. And our apologies, our technology has been giving us some fits and starts, and our A team is not here with us. They're in Hawaii. So we're going to learn to be the A team, but we are,
there we go.
We're learning. So, and there we go. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Council. Thank you for your patience. Again, a few brief slides. We've discussed the limited infraction window before, and I'm here to bring you this ordinance for adoption. I'm going to just review what this ordinance does and talk about a few caveats and why we want to do this. And then I have a motion as the last slide, and we can have a discussion before or after, however you'd like to structure that, about other items if there are questions. So this limited infraction window basically limits the number of infractions, photo enforcement infractions for speeding violations that you can get within a 30-minute period. This means that with more cameras in Kenmore, if you are to speed down a corridor that has multiple cameras in them, you will get an infraction for the first camera you pass, and then subsequent speeding violations within 30 minutes will essentially not result in a notice of infraction being issued. The reason for doing this is to support geographic equity, to make sure that as we move these cameras around following the safety need, that we are not overburdening one area. Even if we do have to apply an additional camera in that area, we don't want to increase the risk of big financial impact by deploying those cameras. It gives us the freedom then to follow the safety without accidentally multiplying the fines that someone may receive for a violation in one part of Kenmore. Supports economic equity as well, to make sure that when someone who could be impacted and is financially vulnerable, that we're not raising the stakes. We're not making one trip cost them $200 or $300 instead of $100 when they do make the mistake of violating the speed limit in a photo enforcement area. So it keeps our economic impact where we chose for it to be with our fine amount. It supports our fair practices. You know, if you were to receive several fines in the mail, I feel like it would feel exploitative, and that's not our goal. As much as we are building this program for safety, we also want to build this program to solicit public buy-in and earn and preserve the public sentiment to support this program as well. So it's important that our program not only be fair, but feel fair. And practices that may be perceived as unfair are still something that we want to be attentive to. Lastly, this change is not expected to have any financial impact, any substantial financial impact compared to the revenue estimates that we've talked about before. The reason for that is that having these multiple fines occur, we do still consider that to be an edge case. We don't think that it will make up a large portion of the fines that are being dismissed in this way. Some caveats here. This is for speeding violations only. It does not affect red light violations. If you speed and then run a red light, you will still get violations for both of those, even though they are both automated enforcement infractions. This is for Kenmore only. Of course, if you receive a fine in Lake Forest Park or Bothell or Kirkland, we don't have the ability to change our practices based on fines incurred in other jurisdictional agencies. This does not affect at all a police officer's ability to give a fine, a violation infraction for any sort of driving behavior. That has always been in our code, that that there's no impediment for police officers enforcing any violation, any traffic law that they are present to enforce on the roads, and this does not change under that. This does not affect warnings. If you pass 3 cameras that are in warning periods, you will get 3 warnings in the mail. This is a feature, not a bug, because our warning period is really our best outreach tool right now. And I want to make sure that our folks who are driving through our photo enforcement areas that are in their warning period have every opportunity to hear about them. I wouldn't want you to miss that opportunity because you hit too many of them. Lastly, this will be, previously I had estimated that this would be in effect sometime in November. Our update for the back-end implementation is putting it closer to December. Even if it does get pushed beyond that, we are going to make sure that the warning period for transportable cameras extends until this is ready. I don't expect it to affect the timeline, but we expect it to be ready on time for transportable cameras leaving the warning period. And if there is delay, then we will extend the warning period to make sure that this is in effect when fines are going out for transportable cameras. This is the council. This is the staff recommended motion to adopt this ordinance, and I can take any questions.
So one that came up during public comment was, and it took me a second looking over the chart here to figure out what actually was going on. But on page 5 of attachment A, it shows under C the penalty for school zone speed cameras infractions, and it lays down a bunch of different ones, and it says, you know, it does say $110 for exceeding the school zone speed limit by 6+ for 2025, and then further down it says for 2025 exceeding the regulatory speed limit for 6+ is $250. And I understand how our public commenter may have misread what was going on there. Could you explain that? Because it took me 30 seconds reading this to get my head around it again. So could you explain
Absolutely. That? And I did have an opportunity to step out and have a conversation about that.
Okay.
Just a few minutes ago.
Wonderful.
So I was able to clarify that for that commenter, and I can clarify that now as well. That the way it is written is that higher fine, when the school zone is active, that higher fine is still benchmarked to what the regulatory speed limit would be. So the way that threshold was written originally was that if you are going 6 or more over the school zone speed limit while the flashers are on, then you receive the $110 fine. And if you are going 6 or more over the regulatory speed limit, which in all cases now is 30 miles per hour, but we did not anticipate it always being the same for every school zone that we might implement in the future. And that's why we benchmarked it to the regulatory speed limit as opposed to a flat 16+, which is what it is in effect now. Our photo enforced school zones all have regulatory 30-mile-per-hour speed limits. And so that higher fine when the flashers are on, the threshold for that in effect is 16+.
So the higher fine is for people going faster than the regulatory speed limit during school hours when the flashers are on. And then outside of that, the regular 110 applies for people going 6 over.
That is correct. Yes. When the flashers are not on, only the $110 fine applies for speeding. And that higher $250 fine, we're just looking at that today, actually. It goes to about 0.3% of the people who receive fines receive the $250 fine.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. I know I appreciate it. I'm sure the public does too. Do we have any other questions? Councilor Lutzis and then the Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I just want to quickly point out, I asked the exact same thing about 1.5 years ago. So obviously word is not getting out there and there's still confusion just about the way it's being presented. The question that I do have for you, though, is I think some of us have received another public comment regarding this topic. And could you please clarify for the public the flashing zone, like when lights are on, how early before bells at a school and how late after they continue going? Just
right. Yeah. Absolutely. And if I may, one more remark about the higher fine and the language for that. The language I believe you're referencing is from the municipal code, and on our website, it's explained much more clearly. So we do understand that the code is not always clear English, but we do make sure to be very clear about how we explain it on our CAPE website. Regarding the school zone times, the school zone times begin 75 minutes before the bell and continue until 15 minutes after the bell in the morning. In the afternoon, they begin 15 minutes before release and go to 75 minutes after release. This timing schedule was set in partnership with the district and the schools in Kenmore, I want to say in about 2020, and it became our standard bell schedule after school resumed following the pandemic shutdown. So it's been in effect since schools came out of the pandemic shutdown. The purpose for that 75 minutes before and 15 minutes after, and then the reverse at the end of the day, is that covers nearly all school campus activities, such as early breakfast. All North Shore school districts have free breakfast in the morning. After school activities, after school fit predominantly in that 1 hour period. And then that 15 minutes following the 1 hour period is to give you time to actually commute, to travel through the school zones, because we don't want them to turn off right as soon as you're leaving school. We want to give you time to actually traverse the school zone while that safety benefit is in effect. The 15 minutes on the other side of it, 15 minutes before release and 15 minutes after school starts. That's because if you go and observe our school zones, you'll find that actually we have a huge volume of parents walking home after dropping their kids off or arriving early. And during those high pedestrian times, we want to make sure that we're providing that safety benefit to them as well.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
I have a few questions. Just trying to decide which one to begin with. The way our cameras are today, have we witnessed people getting multiple tickets within a 30-minute window?
Right now, before making this change on the back end for our contractor, we are not set up to be able to tell that easily. We could look into that, but there hasn't, previous to this, been a system for knowing the extent of that effect if it is occurring.
And I'll just, I'm trying to find the right way to frame this, because I personally don't think a 30-minute window is enough. I think at least 1 hour, if not a 24-hour window for our residents. These cameras don't really notify people in the moment that they're speeding. We've reduced the speed limit on Juanita Drive and Simons Road and other places significantly, where they were 35 down to 30, which is, I would actually err on the side almost too slow, in my opinion. But driving 30 is already a shift. I can imagine some residents, especially with the new additional cameras on Juanita Drive, people could get hit twice. They could get hit on their way to school and on their way home from school, on their way to work. You know, reducing it to 30 minutes, I think, is an improvement on one infraction per day. I think one infraction's a huge warning, and then getting a few backup. you did this 4 times in one day. I don't see how these cameras stop someone in the midst of something that, in the midst of speeding, that maybe they didn't notice the speed change or that there's a camera. So I err more towards at least an hour. And because my question was, how long does it take once the infraction takes place for a resident to receive a notice of violation?
I would have to look it up to be sure. I know Chief Moen would be more knowledgeable about that. After the infraction occurs, the first step is that it goes through some pre-processing to make sure that everything is correct. And then I think typically 2 days later, it arrives in our police queue for review. How quickly it gets reviewed in our police queue is dependent on the volume of infractions that are in the queue. We have a statutory limitation of reviewing those within 2 weeks and sending them out. So they will always be sent out in the mail sooner than 2 weeks. And then, of course, there's the time they take to travel in the mail as well. So on the outside of it, I could imagine the long end might be the 15 or 16 days that you receive the infraction in the mail. In practice, I believe it's often much shorter than that. I think often you get the infraction in the mail within the week, but I don't have hard numbers on that I could speak to. I could definitely look into it and get back to you.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I do appreciate that this limitation of number of infractions for a given period of time is mindful to our community members. $110, $135, or even $250, all of those, are big fines for many people in our community. I think for anyone, honestly, for something that is an electronic device tracking you and charging you with something after the effect and not really being able to be paused in the moment to see that you've done something wrong, So anyway, that's just those are my comments. I mean, my questions that I had, and I have comments for later. Thank you.
But sorry, I do have one more. You asked about the number of people receiving violations. I can say that our recidivism rate is very low. So we very rarely see people receiving more than 1 violation in a year. So of those, I think maybe 10% of people that received multiple violations, I don't know how many of them were on the same day. But we do, like I said before, consider it an edge case.
Thank you. I remember you bringing that up at the last presentation.
Councilor Shubnik.
I just want to thank Councilmember O'Kane for bringing that up. I was kind of secretly feeling the same and didn't know whether to express it. I was trying to put myself in the position of, someone maybe new area, not living here and just kind of driving through and getting potentially hit multiple times in one day. And that could be pretty aversive. So yeah, I think I would support a 1 a day kind of idea.
Any other comments? Councilor Lutzis?
Actually, now that this discussion is being had, it does bring to mind, sort of that diminishing effect, right? So how much does the first infraction hurt? Quite a bit. How much does the difference between a 5th and a 6th infraction hurt? Well, by that point, it doesn't matter, really. So I think, to the point that Councilmember Shrebnick and O'Kane are making is like the best way, the most effective way, the most efficient way we can curb behavior is through that first infraction. And then after that, it diminishes in terms of how much we're actually changing behavior after that, because it kind of blurs. So, they make a good point, and just, reflecting back on the very little bit that I know about some more of behavior and utility and stuff is that, yeah, it does tend to diminish and curve off. So I guess there is a point there. So,
I would just, I'm going to take a different stance on this, because I would also just remind our colleagues and, the public that these are incredibly well signed. There are big old signs saying, here's your speed, you're going too fast before you enter any of these zones. If it's during a school hour, there's a flashing light. And the reason why we are considering this isn't so that somebody can like circle around the city and get, you know, and not get a bunch of tickets. It's because we are talking about installing the transportable cameras along some of the same roadways that we already have fixed cameras on, like further down Simons or 170th, pairing with the one on Inglemore so that somebody won't get hit twice going down the same roadway. I don't think, you know, I think if somebody is tearing around the place and gets one going by Inglemore and then somehow gets one over on 73rd, you know, frankly, I might argue 30 minutes is too long because I think the original purpose was to just keep them from getting nailed twice in, you know, one relatively short area, which I support. The other thing I will point out is this is a completely controllable thing. People just need to drive the speed limit and they won't get a ticket. And it's not that hard to drive the speed limit. You know, some people are acting as if this is some sort of tax. It's not. It's a thing you're paying if you are willfully or obliviously ignoring the law and the gigantic flashing signs that tell you how fast you're going before you enter any of those zones. It's not that hard. So I would be opposed to dragging this out and letting people you know, go around for 24 hours willy-nilly. I don't think that is a good precedent to set. But I do think that we should ensure that if somebody is going down, you know, by Inglemore and then by Rhododendron Park and they happen to be doing 36 in both, if they don't get 2 tickets, I think that kind of was the original purpose behind this. And that's what I can support. Anything much beyond that, and I am worried about the safety implications. And just letting people off, essentially. Councilmember Marshall? Oh, sorry, Councilmember Sass, did you have your hand up? I apologize.
I just want to quickly say, I know that our city manager had anticipated this being a quick discussion, so I apologize. And I do want to concur with the gentle verbal spanking you just gave. I feel like we need to drive the speed limit. And I feel very frustrated with the culture that we have right now of people challenging their tickets. Drive slower and then you won't have to pay. And if you have a ticket, please pay, because we're being asked to add court staff that we can ill afford. And we wouldn't need that if we didn't have this particular culture. So I feel frustrated.
Councilor Marshall?
Is this an absurd scenario or is it not? I haven't made up my mind. So person blows through, gets their first infraction, and they're like, okay, I know I got that. The word's out. I'm going to blast to the rest of town. And thus everything is made more dangerous. Do you think we need to worry about that or no?
So in my opinion, this is an edge case in all the ways you can look at it. That was part of the discussion with landing on the 30 miles per hour of not granting license to people to then pass as many cameras as they can once they know they got 1 ticket, while at the same time making sure that we had a window that would cover, you know, any trip that you would make in Kenmore, any one-way trip that you would make in Kenmore. It's something that's been discussed. I do feel like there are a lot of edge cases that come up in photo enforcement conversations. A common one is people for whom $110 is not punitive, will they speed with impunity? And the answer to that is we see that people are driving slower, regardless of this or that edge case. We see that the behavior change is taken into effect. So on one hand, I think there's a lot of thought that can go into arriving at the perfect window. On the other hand, I feel confident that our program will provide, you know, a dramatic safety benefit wherever we land on this conversation.
Any other comments, questions? Councilor Lutzis?
Yes, thank you. And I do agree with my colleagues, Councilmember Sass and Marshall, that, you know, I'm not saying that I think people should be allowed to break the law. And in fact, one of the first things that ever got me into public service, especially here at the local level, was pedestrian safety, particularly in school zones. And I will definitely be one of the first ones to recommend and advocate for cameras in certain problem areas, right? But there are some other considerations to balance as well. And one of the things happens to be the court staff and the administrative burden. I mean, we had happened to hear the last time when considering expansion was that there was some potential hesitation among the Kenmore police officers about whether or not they'd be able to keep up. Court staff, are we stretched too thin there? Prosecutors, are we stretched too thin there? And so I'm not saying that this is necessarily advocating for that, but I do want to impress upon my colleagues here as well that considering the backside, the administrative, what we can actually handle capacity-wise is just something that I do want to bring up and preface as we sort of see this roll out more and more and realize the impact of that. But again, I don't think there's any excuse for speeding in school zones. And I am definitely not a big fan, having walked many, many miles of this city, of those blazing through our city as well, intentionally and just recklessly, right? It's dangerous for everyone.
Any further comments, questions? Councilmember Culver.
And I'll just flag briefly again that House bill that passed that allows us to assign civilian staff to review those tickets to keep the workload under control.
Deputy Mayor.
I'm just curious, how does Kenmore rank with the number of infractions compared to other cities in King County?
It's difficult to say in an apples to apples way because we were an early mover on adopting the 24-hour enforcement, which so far Lake Forest Park has an established program there. Other cities have a lower volume of infractions, more similar to on a per camera basis, because of them still enforcing school zones or sticking to school zone enforcement for the time being. School zones cover about 10% of our traffic. That said, when you look at the percentage of traffic ticketed by our program is very low at roughly 1% or less of traffic ticketed. So there's different ways to answer that question. I could put some answers together for you, but I don't have them off the top of my head for numbers from other cities.
Okay, I think that would be great to know. I was under the impression that, yeah, I think it would be great to know. I was under the impression that we were actually issuing a high volume of tickets compared to substantially larger cities. So that's not what I was expecting to hear. So that's why I asked. I heard that we were issuing quite a high number for the city of our size.
For the size of our program, I believe the number of tickets we're issuing is large because of the 24-hour enforcement, again, applying to 100% of traffic rather than just 10% of traffic. Compared to cities of size, I know that overall we issue far fewer infractions than the entire program of the city of Seattle, which has many more cameras than we do, but still operating in a school zone capacity. I know we issue more tickets than the city of Bellevue because the city of Bellevue has a very small number of school zone cameras. They have a similar number of cameras to what we have in effect, even though they're a larger size city. So it's, again, there's different ways to make that comparison.
Thank you. I think it was important for our council to hear that. I think that's all I have.
Any further questions for Tobin? All right, just to clarify, you're asking for adoption today?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. Then the chair would entertain a motion to approve ordinance number 250632 KMC 1045 update limited infraction window for photo enforcement infractions.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. Do we have any discussion? Deputy Mayor.
I still think 30 minutes is too short. I'm going to be mindful of the conversation that we had here. Personally, I don't think there are going to be too many people who fall into this ticket, but if we're going to do this, I I feel like I'm more than splitting the difference here by saying how about no more than 1 per hour. And I just can really imagine someone not seeing a sign and getting, 30 minutes just seems like too small of a window to make that even worth doing. But I think 1 hour would make sense. So I'd like to make a motion to increase the limit the issuance of photo enforcement infractions for speed limit violations for a single vehicle to no more than 1 per hour across all traffic safety cameras citywide.
For lack of a second, the motion dies. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Lutsis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sassen.
Yes.
Councilmember Shrebnick.
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall.
Yes.
Councilmember Culver.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane.
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes, the ordinance is adopted unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now, unless there are any objections, I would propose that we take a 5-minute break before finishing up the meeting. We still have a couple items to go. So let's plan on coming back here about 12:13 after. Kenmore City Council will return to order. Next order of business, proposed ordinance 250633, capital improvement program for parks, transportation, surface water management, and city facilities, presented by Finance and Administration Director Melinda Morrell.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for having me tonight. This is a carryover from 2 weeks ago when I presented the CIP and we had a public hearing. So this is the same information. We made no changes from the last one, and it's a little bit shorter of a presentation. So as you were shown before, there are 52 projects worth just over $129 million. Most of those projects are centered with surface water management and transportation. The sources for those projects you can see here that we use. You can't see it with the words on there, but anyway, state grants are the largest portion at just about 40 million, and then some other grants worth 20 million. 4.7 million in federal grants, and then some debt and SWIM funds and REIT. Those are the larger areas of the funding. For the Parks Capital Improvement Program, you can see those 6 projects. You can see where they're located and the costs associated with those programs. For transportation, I forgot to fix this, but you can see where all of the locations are and the corresponding costs. I am not going to speak to each one because John did that last time. Those are the not started programs. This is a surface water capital program. You can see all of the different projects there and the associated costs. There are also some small works projects and future acquisitions that locations are to be determined. For the facilities capital improvement program, those 4 items, the design and construction, which is underway, the senior center improvements, vehicle charger expansion, and solar expansion here at City Hall. So we are here today for adoption of the ordinance, and I will take any questions.
Questions, Councilmember Lutzis and Councilmember Shrevenick.
Yes, thank you again. I love a good CIP. I'm a little curious. So between the 13th, the public hearing, and tonight, what about the CIP? What was changed?
Nothing.
Nothing. Okay.
Just a shortened presentation.
Okay. All right. I know we had chatted about some things, but all right. Good. Thank you.
Councilmember Shrevenick.
Yeah, I'm obviously very in support of this in general. I don't know how you would do this, but there are some things, and Councilmember Lucis brought it up last time, that have been on fairly recent CIPs, or at least conceived of as upcoming capital projects like lighting at Morelands, that aren't on this CIP, which is fine, but I don't know, is there a way to have like a CIP parking lot for yeah, you know, I mean, you know what I'm saying? So we don't lose the idea.
We spoke about that subsequent
we did?
to
Okay.
We at leadership, we had a conversation
okay.
about CIP and doing some changes and doing some vetting of the projects in a different way, and having more transparency. And so, yes, having a more comprehensive list of all the things, and some, again, more visible vetting of what's priority.
Yeah, well, and I'm fine for these having risen to the top. It was more a concern of just losing it all together in the future thought process.
Yes.
Any other questions? All right, I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much. The chair would entertain a motion to approve proposed ordinance number 25-0633.
So moved.
Second.
I'm going to give it to the deputy mayor, I think. That's who I heard first. Any discussion? Councilor Lutzis.
Yes, I will support this evening. I think there are some well-founded suggestions that can and probably should be, in terms of best practice, incorporated for next year's CIP. So just want to put that out there now. Thank you.
Councilor Sassen.
I agree with the comments we've heard here. I love the idea of it being a living document. So I think that's how I would describe what you have described to us as a living document, something that is, you know, continuously updated and things don't fall off of it entirely. I think that sounds good to me for future.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Sassen.
Yes.
Councilmember Culver.
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall.
Yes.
Councilmember Shrebnick.
Yes.
Councilmember Lutzis.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane.
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes, the ordinance is adopted unanimously. Thank you very much. That brings us to staff reports. First item that we have here is a brief update on environmental monitoring operations and activities presented by Development Services Director Samantha Loyuk, Assistant City Manager and Community Development Director Debbie Bent, and Environmental Services Director Richard Sawyer.
Mayor, if I may, as we're
Of
getting
course.
our technology set up, this item is in response to a referral from council at the September 8th meeting, where you asked us to come back and talk about environmental monitoring that has been done or will be done as it relates to Asphalt Park and Lake Point.
Hey. Good evening, Kenmore City Council. So I am Samantha Loyuk, Development Services Director. Debbie Bent, Assistant City Manager, Community Development Director.
And I'm Richard Sawyer, Environmental Services Director.
So following council's request at the September 8th meeting, staff prepared a joint memo summarizing environmental monitoring activities and available options. The memo is divided into 3 parts, as is this presentation. Part 1 is the asphalt plant update, followed by Lake Point testing summary, and then an overview of air monitoring options. So this presentation will mirror that same structure. So to start off with the asphalt plant summary, the asphalt plant, as you know, is located at 6431 Northeast 175th Street. There's a map there because that site can easily be confused since Cal Portland is also there. So, so the property is owned by Glacier Northwest and is leased to Heidelberg Materials, formerly Cadman. So if you hear Cadman, those are interchangeable. And Heidelberg produces asphalt, whereas the nearby Cal Portland plant produces ready mixed concrete and aggregates. And that's a separate business. This evening, we're talking about Heidelberg Materials. So the asphalt plant has operated since the early 1970s, well before Kenmore Incorporation in 1998. And over the years, it has undergone multiple equipment and emission control upgrades. The Puget Sound Clean Air Agency is the primary regulatory authority for air quality and odor complaints. The City of Kenmore partners with PSCAA, as you may hear it, under an interlocal agreement or an ILA. And we do this to help investigate odor complaints and just facilitate compliance. And residents can file an odor complaint either with us, City of Kenmore, with Puget Sound Clean Air, or directly with Heidelberg Materials. And information on how to do that is on our website. So that was an overview.
And then in terms of compliance and where they're at right now, this is a summary, and there's more detailed information in the memo that's in the agenda packet. But the plant has a history of odor complaints, and Puget Sound Clean Air has issued penalties in 2011, 2016, 2020, and 2022. In 2019, Puget Sound Clean Air required a Notice of Construction Permit, or NOC permit, for equipment changes. The permit was approved in October of 2022, and under that permit, the facility is required to regularly test and report its emissions to Puget Sound Clean Air. After an initial failed test in early 2023, the plant paused. They were in an idle status until they passed a second emissions test in August 2023. This year, they had an opacity test and a stack test. Oh, here. Oh, yeah. What's a stack test? Well, it's right up there. There are a lot of terms in the Puget Sound Clean Air, the NOC permit. It's a lot of learning, and Puget Sound Clean Air Agency is definitely the expert on this, so we have good partners with them. So the odor emissions, let's go back to the testing that was conducted this year. So opacity test and a stack test. So the stack test is more involved. Those were conducted this year. Puget Sound Clean Air inspected and verified compliance with production, emissions, and complaint process requirements. And so as of this year, they are in compliance. They also investigated complaints received, which totaled 2. And those were the ones documented by either us or Puget Sound Clean Air. And they were found to have no violations. So currently the facility is in compliance with reporting and testing requirements. And in 2026, there will be 2 additional tests. There will be another opacity test and another stack test. So the city will continue to partner with Puget Sound Clean Air on monitoring and enforcement. And we have recently updated our website with all of this information.
So now moving into the section regarding Lake Point, and I think it's important to give some context on the history of how the current site conditions developed, both naturally and through land use and man intervention. We're going to give you some historical environmental assessments and monitoring sites, summarize those, look at where we are today, and look at some potential next steps. So Richard's going to walk you through some of that early history.
Thanks, Debbie. So before we jump right into the testing and monitoring that's happened at Lake Point, it's helpful to provide a little more context to understand, why we have some of these environmental concerns and why Ecology's conducted the types of reviews they have. And so these next slides just help provide a little bit of that context. So the Lake Point site is obviously heavily influenced by the conditions in Lake Washington and Sammamish River, and kind of starting very pre-settlement, the river was actually described as a slough or a swamp and would backwater from the lake up the river and had very little to no current. And it was very densely wooded and consisted of wetland habitats. And local residents referred to it as Squawk Slough. In the 1860s, 70s, we really start seeing some homesteading in the area after the Homestead Act in 1862. And then in 1895, the newly formed Drainage District 9 started to heavily modify the Sammamish River by straightening it to control flooding. But this reduced the river's length from approximately 30 miles down to 14 miles and removed a lot of its connectivity with the floodplain and the adjacent wetlands. And you can see in the map there, it kind of zooms in, you can see how it really used to meander from Lake Sammamish down to Lake Washington. In 1916, another major factor kind of impacting how this site developed was the completion of the Lake Washington Ship Canal. So this lowered the lake by 9 feet and Lake Sammamish 6 feet. And this also increased the river's gradient substantially and resulting in more flooding events, and subsequently then they would try and do more diking to respond to that. By 1936, you can see quite a bit of development had already happened. Many of the major adjacent roads had been established. The golf course opened just south of the river in 1921. And in 1936, another significant act was the federal government now made the United States Army Corps of Engineers the authority to manage these types of flood control projects. And so the Sammamish River became an Army Corps flood control project. And you can see in those aerials, the white outline kind of represents the current boundary of that Lake Point property. So you can see from 1936 even had already substantially changed, continued to change into the 50s with the dredging of the river and the grading of the property and surrounding area. As we get into the 60s, the Army Corps had completed the Sammamish River Improvement Project, which further lowered, widened, and straightened the river. And then, as just a side note, King County took responsibility for maintaining that flood control project in 1965, and they are the responsible party to this day. And by 1968, in the aerial to the right, you can see after some substantial grading, the site is now taken kind of the general shape and fill of what you see today. And then presumably this was in preparation for the site becoming a landfill the following year in 1969. So a landfill was permitted through King County on the site from 1969 to 1976. And the permit stipulated that materials would be limited to wood, rubble, brick, broken concrete, plaster, glass, dirt, and gravel, and would explicitly prohibit items such as paper, garbage, organic materials, solid and liquid chemicals, all petroleum products, and car bodies. According to ecology records, the fill, it ranges from 15 to 20 feet deep in places and consists of approximately 800,000 cubic yards of material. And this material basically sits on top of that native peat or an inorganic soil that had developed over all those previous centuries, kind of, as I mentioned previously, how it used to be that just a big swamp through the whole area. I will note, I really dug through a lot of different archives, but could not find any photos from 69 through 76 while it was an active landfill. So we kind of get a snapshot right before it started, and we get a snapshot right as it was completed and capped. Just very quickly, I show a few slides in the 80s just to kind of represent the types of land use and activity that were happening on the property, which continue today. So you can see the expansion of warehouses and other types of industrial activities throughout the site.
So getting into the 1990s, the mid-90s was when the property owner was looking to develop the site for what was to be known as the Lake Point project. So there was some testing done in 1992 by the Department of Ecology. They did a site hazard assessment of the site. They identified several areas of concern related to temporary waste piles from an asphalt company there, the former landfill, truck washout. But since then, these areas of potential concern have been the subject of independent remedial actions and are no longer considered areas of concern. In the mid-1990s, the owner of the property, Pioneer Towing, hired Agri-Earth and Environmental as a consultant to look at investigation and feasibility studies, and they looked at the extent of soil and groundwater contamination at the site. They submitted a report to Ecology in 1998, which was revised in 2001. And these results informed a cleanup action plan, or a CAP, for lead, arsenic, and petroleum, hydrocarbons, and groundwater cleanup levels, all met compliance. So in 2001, again, related to the former Lake Point project, the Department of Ecology issued a consent decree. And that consent decree allowed the site owner to continue industrial activities with periodic monitoring. And at the time of site development, the site would be capped with either concrete or 2 feet of soil. So, as you know, that Lake Point project did not move forward. Between 2009 to 2013, Ecology worked with the site owner to conduct groundwater monitoring in both wet and dry seasons. And the map there shows where those testing locations were conducted. In 2011, the Washington State Department of Transportation started a long-term lease of 14 acres of the site to construct components for the 520 bridge replacement. At that time, they constructed some stormwater management facilities for the site as part of that project. Sort of as an aside, there was additional sediment and water characterization study conducted in 2013 in preparation for dredging of the navigation channel. And that assessment was conducted by Anchor QEA. The study was not directly related to Lake Point, but was done to determine the appropriate method for disposing of dredged material. So all these reports that are where these testing locations and the associated reports are on the city's website. So if you look up Lake Point, all these reports are available on the site if you want to really dig into the details. So what happens Lake Point today and next steps? Lake Point is privately owned. It is continuing as an industrial use. The consent decree is still applicable to the site. As of the last review reported in 2014, the site continues to comply with the consent decree. As you are aware, the city has been interested in acquiring a portion of the site. Those site negotiations have been ongoing. However, there is no agreement reached with the site owner regarding purchase or environmental assessment. If the city reaches an agreement with the property owner, then the city would hire a consultant expert and develop a scope of work to conduct testing as part of a due diligence site feasibility analysis. And that scope of work would determine the testing locations, types of tests to be conducted, and contaminants to be measured. But until we reach agreement with the property owner, we will not be conducting, the city will not be conducting any testing on that site.
Lastly, we did want to mention one particular grant. As Debbie mentioned, nothing is going to proceed on this site until we have an agreement with the property owner. But a recent grant that we are currently finalizing our work plan with EPA is a Brownfield Community-Wide Assessment Grant, which will include Lake Point. Should we reach an agreement, we can use these funds on that site. But we will be proceeding with this grant and some other sites that we've identified for environmental assessments and follow-up sampling. For instance, the Log Boom Park area is of interest to the community and I know City Council, so we can start using that grant to follow up on some of the environmental assessments that have been done there and continue that work. And then if Lake Point does move forward, like I said, this grant can also be applied on that area as well. And this grant is good for 4 years, so we've got some time for this one. The third and final component of our staff report just touches a bit on some of the more generalized air quality monitoring that happens in the city. So again, as Samantha had mentioned in her presentation, the Puget Sound Clean Air Agency is the regulatory authority that enforces the Clean Air Act, and they do the air quality monitoring in Keene, Kitsap, Pierce, and Snohomish counties. Other parts of the state may have similar air quality agencies, or the Department of Ecology may just do that service directly. But for us, it's the Puget Sound Clean Air Agency. And I've shown a few screenshots. If you go to their website, they do provide an air quality monitoring map. So on the right, you can kind of see where they've got information from all their sources. And then I zoom into Kenmore on the left, and you can see a mix of circles and stars. I'm going to get into kind of what those circles are on the next slide, but the star represents the official Puget Sound Clean Air Agency monitoring site. So that is where the official air quality monitoring happens. But in addition to the kind of their official site, they do work with the community that wants to do air quality monitoring on their own. Again, staff, we aren't experts on this, but on their website, they seem to work primarily with Purple Air, who produces kind of the $100 to $300 range sensors that you can purchase or work with PSCAA to either loan or acquire as well. And these sensors measure particulate matter of 2.5 micrometers or smaller, which is the same parameter that they are measuring at their Lake Forest Park site and all those other sites that you see displayed on the map. I have, through a bit of research, I think they are always researching and developing these monitors to potentially look at other criteria pollutants beyond particulate matter in the future. But from what I can tell right now, everything focuses just on that very small particulate matter. And then, as some of you are aware, I think other folks are also trying to get into the air sensor market. Microsoft actually approached the city several years ago to do some research and development on a sensor that they were working on called Project Eclipse. I'm not sure how many different cities they worked with. I know Chicago was one of the main partners that they worked with, and they concluded that research in 2023. And the very similar type of sensor that you can mount, there's actually a photo of one that was on a stop sign here in Kenmore. And I think they're hoping to expand those as well. At the time, it was also focusing on measuring particulate matter. And we did kind of as a swap for letting them use the right-of-way to try their product and do various things. We got to get the data from anything they collected, and that data is available on the city's website. If you go to, I think it's just, if you just go to air quality, citykenmore.gov/air quality, you should be able to find that. And then to conclude, again, staff works closely with PSCAA on a variety of air quality issues. They are the regional experts and regulatory authority, as Samantha mentioned earlier. But if there should be interest in expanding air monitoring, we've provided a few options for council to consider. I think, and first we can further consult with Puget Sound Clean Air Agency and learn more about their programs that I mentioned above and publicize those for our community to participate with. Second, we can explore if there are grant funds available with procuring air monitoring devices. As I mentioned, there's units that you can buy commercially that range from about $100 to $300. And then last, if council was interested in creating an in-house air monitoring program, we could start looking at the procurement of a consultant that would have the appropriate experience that would help us develop a program that would, to put together an appropriate air quality monitoring program that you know, we would need that professional advice on how to do the right way to make sure that we're answering the questions that you all want answered. And with that, we're at the conclusion. So a lot of slides, a lot of material, but we're happy to take any questions. Hopefully we got to most of what you were asking about.
Questions? Councilor Marshall and Councilor Shrubnik.
Thanks to Councilmember Culver, I think, for originally introducing this to us. And thanks to the staff for the great historical presentation. I love when it delves back. I saw one thing I was curious about. I don't know if you guys know it or not, but I had thought, and long rumor had been, that development of I-5 itself and the tearing down of houses created in a landfill up here in Kenmore, maybe somewhere around the time of I-5, which would be like 62 or 63, I believe it was. But as part of that, I think it was mentioned there is the presence of various heavy metals and lead and mercury, I think, in the landfill. That's just one observation. But one question is, could we then use any of the grants and schemes and options that you mentioned near the end to monitor air quality on the Burt-Gilman Trail? I know there's legislation that was passed, I think with the help of Jerry Paulette at some point in the past, that enabled measurement of air quality in some fashion on Burt-Gilman Trail off-site of the Cadman Heidelberg plant.
I think, yeah, as we mentioned in the last slide, we could work to put together a kind of whatever level of type of monitoring that council would like to see fit. I think what's easily available right now is, like I mentioned, looking at particulate matter sensors, which is, again, the primary criteria pollutant that PSCA uses to monitor air quality in the region. So we could start with something as simple as that, or we could look into developing something more complicated if the council wishes to dive in deeper. But again, you know, we would need to work with PSCAA, Ecology, and potentially a consultant to help us put that together.
Councilor Shrubnik.
Yeah, my recollection is that, you know, while particulate matter is certainly important, and we have problems with that when we have smoke events, but that the major concern of the asphalt plant was the VOCs. And I think there were a couple in particular, and I'm not remembering what they are. We need David Morton here. You know, I guess I still have that remaining question of, you know, is there anything that measures those? Because I guess what I'm reflecting on is particulate matter can come from a lot of different sources. Smells can come from a lot of different sources. You know, what's coming unique from the asphalt plant that is either potentially noxious or just doesn't smell good? And can we monitor those things? And I don't think that's particulate matter that we're talking about. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong. So that's a question.
So we would need Puget Sound Clean Air Agency to be able to help answer that, I think. So we can reach out to them. Their permit requirements are pretty detailed, but I don't exactly know the answer to your VOC questions.
Okay. Yeah. And again, whatever we do, we want to, you know, have it be, the challenge is figuring out, as you said, you know, where is the stuff coming from? Because it certainly, there's, you know, we get a lot of pollution from 522. So, you know, if we're trying to say, is there something unique that comes from the plant, then I think we need to hone in on what do we anticipate coming from the plant and measure that specifically.
And sorry, I don't want to speak for Samantha, but I think are those PSCAA reports are also available on the website.
Yes.
Yeah, so they do go over all the specific pollutants that they measured. And I do believe VOC was one of those, but again, they were measuring that at the stack, and then you can see those results on there.
Councilor Lutzis?
Yes, just a couple of quick things. Number one, you mentioned the $500,000 EPA Brownfields grant. Did we receive any other grant funding for testing and due diligence at Lake Point?
We do. So we've got a variety of grants. Some are for the purpose of acquisition, such as some of the grant funds that we've been awarded from Conservation Futures. But we also received another $500,000 through a cooperative watershed management grant. But that one is specific to the shoreline area of Lake Point. So we would need to have that agreement in place before we could move forward with utilizing that grant.
Use agreement in place with the property owner or with the cooperative watershed?
With the property owner.
With the property owner.
So we've been awarded the grant, but we need that agreement with the property owner before we can use it.
And it is the intention for us to go through with testing through some agreement or arrangement for ever actually fully acquiring the property?
We need an agreement with the property owner. Usually you start with a letter of intent, which outlines what would then be the future terms for a purchase and sale agreement. So probably part of a letter of intent would then outline the conditions for allowing the city to access the site to do due diligence. And then if there's any other details associated with that. We can't go on the site to conduct testing without permission from the property owner, regardless of where we were, if it was just to do testing or we were using the testing for acquisition. The point is that we would be doing the testing as part of due diligence and assessing site feasibility to see if there's anything out there. We don't know what that scope of testing would look like. That would to be determined once we have agreement from the property owner that they would willing to sell us some property and what the terms and conditions of that sale would be. We're not there yet.
I understand. My point was just to emphasize the fact that we're prioritizing testing and due diligence at the early stages of anything happening there. Then the last point is I know that you had a few options for us. Were you looking for direction in terms of air quality, or were those just kind of informational only, not seeking any input?
Yeah, I would, if you reach a conclusion and would like to provide direction tonight, we're happy to receive that. Otherwise, yeah, this was primarily for information. So you can also, always happy to come back if you want some more time to think about it. So unless, I don't know, city manager was expecting a formal action or direction tonight.
I mean, I can put in my 2 cents. I'm in favor of options 1 and 2, I think, easily. I think that's pretty straightforward and simple.
Deputy Mayor.
I thought it was interesting that the official Puget Sound Clean Air Agency's official monitor was in Lake Forest Park. Is there any reason that that location was determined? I find it unusual considering we have an asphalt plant here and the concrete plant and more industrial use here. Do you know if there's any reason for that?
I don't.
Would there
I don't
be,
have any reason.
okay, would there be anything that we could do to move that monitor here at an official level? because it doesn't make any sense to me that it would be there when we have so much more concern with the air quality here in Kenmore. And I think it's tone deaf of Puget Sound Clean Air Agency to have it kind of in a more removed location from where so many of our residents are concerned about air quality. So I'm just bringing that up. I didn't, yeah. And then I did want to just kind of follow up on the VOCs that Councilmember Srebnick mentioned. If there's any way, I mean, that we can get more monitoring in Kenmore for that. We did go through in, I think, 2020 in particular, we had quite a few residents come forward and people give public comment. And then we also had Puget Sound Clean Air Agency here that year, where we find that's how we gained access to get the further testing and get to where we are today. So on the VOCs, I think whatever we can do to get more testing to alleviate our community's concerns of what's going on there. And if there are VOCs coming out in the air that are not being measured, that we need measured now, I think there's this sense that we don't know what we don't know, even though we've been testing. Have we been testing for enough? And how do we as a council drive to expand what's tested to ensure that our community knows that the air here is quality is clean? I live about 3/4 of a mile from the plant. My neighbor emailed me today, of all things, letting me know that over the summer she would notice like a dusting and the scent of the asphalt plant at her house, which is just 2 houses away from mine. I'm not that sensitive to the smell, but I trust that that is what her experience is. So I'm concerned about the air quality in Kenmore. I still am. I'm glad that we've made some progress. I do think it's time for us to ask Puget Sound Clean Air Agency back here again to listen and provide updates directly to us about what's going on over there. And one more note. Oh. I support options 1 and 2 as an easy move ahead. I actually think that as a budget item, as we're looking at our next biennium budget, we do need to look at an in-house clean air monitoring program, especially while we have a facility that's an industrial use, such as an asphalt plant. And I actually have personal concerns about concrete, but I think it's something that we as a council have a responsibility to at least give consideration to. And I absolutely think that it's time to call Puget Sound Clean Air Agency back and see what they can do for our community. I think we have too many questions still unanswered. Thank you.
Councilmember Sasson.
Thank you. Well, I have to say that when we made the request for you to come and give a staff report, I feel like my personal hope was that we as a community would sort of all come up to speed together with our new city manager. And I feel like you've really accomplished that, and I'm really grateful. I would like for the educational aspect of it not to stop here. I wonder if we can take this presentation out of the meeting agenda and post it separately, both under the Lake Point tab on our website, and also maybe make an announcement in a newsletter that that links to it, so that we can be continuing to push information out. That would be very helpful in my mind. I certainly can't direct you, but that is a request to make sure that your good work goes as far as possible. I do agree with our deputy mayor that an ask for PSCAA to put a monitor here in Kenmore, we can at the very least ask. You know, obviously the one in Lake Forest Park is measuring what the air that comes up the lake. Then the other nearest one is pretty much downtown Kirkland. And so I think that they would have a vested interest in putting something here with anyway, I would ask that we request that. And then in terms of air monitoring options, I also would support 1 and 2. I do love the idea of doing something similar to what the city's done with solar, which is try to make an agreement where city residents can get it on sort of a bulk deal kind of thing. And then I would also request that maybe City Hall lead the charge and put one of these monitors on the building, just to include ourselves in the data that PSCAA is collecting. So those are my requests. And also I thank you all so much. I appreciate the deep dive that you did into Lake Point history, Richard. That's really cool. So thank you very much.
Councilor Culver.
Thank you. This is good to see and good for our community to see. I lean toward 3, or what I'm going to think out loud of what could be like a 2.5. If we can partner with PSCAA and say we really want to strengthen that ILA, we love what Lake Forest Park is doing. Can we get one here as well? I don't want to take it away from them. More data is good, but it makes absolute sense that we have one here. We have Deputy Mayor O'Kane said we have a way more hustle and bustle and waterfront than the rather calm shores at the Civic Club over in LFP. I think last week we were also talking about going on to some property to collect some data. I'll just leave that one alone. Thank you.
Mayor, can I make one,
yeah,
I guess, clarifying point? I just want to make sure from Councilmember Colville's, I'm not implying that Lake Forest Park and PSCAA have anything to do with each other. I don't know that they are the reason they're there. So I just want to make sure that I'm not implying that they work together for that location or it's there for them. It just happens to be where they have one of their regional monitors. Okay.
All good. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and I appreciate the all the background that you offered here. I also love the old maps and seeing kind of the change over time. That was really eye-opening. And yeah, actually hearing some of the background was super helpful. I am generally in agreement with Councilmember Sasson. I think 1 and 2 make a lot of sense in the short term. I think having a larger discussion around something more robust could make sense in a budget. But I do think we need to temper expectations around that, being that we won't be able to test at the stack continuously, and any tests that we do off-site will be muddied by outside, by 522, by everything else going on. And it does sound, Richard, we are getting another stack test next year. Is that what the report said?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. But I really appreciate the deep dive, and I appreciate everybody's enthusiasm on this. I do think this is some important work that we're doing here. Councilmember Marshall?
I agree with just about everything everybody's just said, but I wanted to add to the Councilmember Srebnick's VOC concern and to my testing offsite. That'd be great if we could test for any VOCs on Berg-Gelman. Say, maybe that might be the least muddied place because it's not downwind of 522 yet, maybe, or from a non-scientist point of view.
Oh, and I meant to point out, Councilmember Marshall brought up something about what Representative Paulette was working on a couple of years ago. That was actually not about testing so much, but expanding the ability of trail users to be able to have standing to file a complaint with PSCAA, because currently the law only allows residents in their homes or people at their place of employment to file complaints. And he was trying to expand it out to, trail users and customers at Ostrom's and that sort of thing. So that's what he was trying to get at. Deputy Mayor?
I did have another question. At first, before the question, I forgot to do this because I got kind of excited about air quality for a moment, but outstanding presentation. I'm really thankful to see these visuals and the time and care that all 3 of you put into this. I think it's important for us as a council to see and for our community. And I think Councilmember Marshall brought it up, and forgive me if I'm naming the wrong person, about the records of the landfill period. Is there anywhere that we can show records of or access, or where can we find the records of when they were using Lake Point for landfill, or is from I-5, the construction of I-5. I was a little curious about that because I saw everything that you put there, and then I think it was Councilmember Marshall brought up that period, and that's the story that I've always heard and understood about part of the difficulty of Lake Point. So I'm just wondering where we and our residents can gain information about that.
Yeah, so the source information for a lot of this presentation is available in many reports that we've made sure are all available on the Lake Point page. So you'll see it referenced in some of those different reports. I think Ecology's 24, they're all blending together. I'm happy to dig a little further if you specifically want to see there, but in those reports, I mean, they cite the specific King County landfill permit numbers and provide some of that summarized data. It would just be a matter of going to their sources and digging a little further.
I think making sure that our community knows that they can access that information through King County and our website is great. And it's just too bad we don't have any great pictures of that period of time. You know, it would for me, that visual would have been interesting. But you did a fantastic job on the presentation. I'm really thankful for the care that you put into this.
Any other comments? Okay, I'm not seeing more comments. City manager, staff, do you have what you think you need?
Yes, we appreciate the feedback from council, and I believe we have a clear understanding of some next steps to pursue. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, other staff reports. City manager?
Given the hour, I will be brief. I primarily wanted to say thank you to council, to leadership team, to others in the community. I'm about 25% of my way through the people I need to get out and meet with, partially because there were some really big items that needed direction and guidance really quickly. But I appreciate the time everyone has spent with me. Tonight is my 2-month mark, if you can believe it. So the time has gone quickly, but I do keep reminding people, people will say, if it feels like you've been here a long time, and I'm like, yes and no, 2 months is not a lot. So I'm still learning. So if I'm mispronouncing names or acronyms, I do appreciate the clarification that people have been kind enough to share. So it's been great that we've got a great team here, a great council, obviously, and I'm looking forward to getting further up to speed.
All right, council member reports and comments. Council member Culver.
Nothing to add. Happy Monday.
Council member Marshall.
So I understand that unless people who have vastly differing views of the United States come to an agreement by Monday, people in great need are going to be out of at least one thing, and that's SNAP benefits. I don't have any expertise in the funding off my head, but can anybody, anybody with an idea of how maybe the city might address this or anything we could do? Thank you.
I believe Councilmember Sassen was going to talk about this during her comments. Councilmember Sassen.
It's true. It's front of mind.
Yeah.
We have reason to expect the SNAP benefits in Washington to end on November 1st. And I do have confirmation from our Housing and Human Services Manager, Tamby Cork, that both NUSA, the North Urban Human Services Agency, and the agency called Nourishing Networks is busily compiling a list of food resources that will be on our website, and we'll try and do some sort of, at the very least, Facebook information. I've heard from numerous citizens who are residents of Kenmore who are very concerned about, honestly, not even so much their own selves, but really wanting to be helpful to their neighbors, which is very moving. We're very much expecting that food banks will be overrun with need. People are wanting to know where they can donate. So before too long, Tamby should have that information for us, and it should be readily available on the website in terms of food banks. I do not have any ideas about how we can help with funding. I wish that I did, but I do know that there are agencies who are poised to be helpful and that we will partner with them in terms of distributing that information. So thank you. I also just want to reiterate, as per my previous topic, my concern about the e-bikes and the e-motorcycles is completely about safety. I am not here to quash the fun. So I just want to make sure that people are as safe as possible. And so I will, in conversation with our resident and our city partners, the county, work towards doing some sort of educational partnership. And you heard it here, and I'll just keep moving with it. All right, thanks so much.
Councilmember Shebnick.
Yeah, I have 4 related things. One is a resolution that I sent. It's being considered by Bothell in support of immigrant rights and making sure people are knowledgeable about their rights in general. There's several whereases. I will just state the therefores. Section 1, this would obviously be changed to Kenmore. The city of Kenmore hereby stands in firm support of immigrants and the rights of all residents within the city. The city of Kenmore would commends and endorses Washington State Keep Washington Working Act, and the courts open to all act recognizing their role in promoting justice and safety. Section 3, the city of Kenmore encourages local businesses, organizations, and schools to actively foster an understanding of the laws and rights that safeguard the well-being of all community members. Section 4, the city of Kenmore acknowledges the concerns and apprehensions present within the community and urges the implementation of educational initiatives and practices that promote the protection of everyone's rights and safety. Section 5, the city of Kenmore supports the enactment of additional state laws that address the concerns of the community and further the commitment to equality, safety, and justice for all residents. So that's the resolution, and I do have 3 actions related to that, but first I want to get a sense, kind of a thumbs up, thumbs down, whether people want to consider this.
So I'll second it so we can continue having a discussion.
Okay, and then that gets brought to a next.
Well,
Is
we
that
need to
how
see if
we?
there's consensus, but yeah, right. So you bring up an idea,
right.
It gets a second, we discuss, and then if there's consensus or majority, it comes to a future meeting.
Okay, so do we do that discussion now?
Yes.
Okay.
We've got a second so we can discuss. Councilmember Culver.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for bringing this. I support racial equity, and I support the state passing laws to address racial inequities. Thank you.
Councilor Marshall.
Every day in my job, I rely on courts being open and accessible to everyone. In addition to the Keep Washington Working, the other elements of that are education and people knowing their rights. So we're all for that.
Yeah, I also support this. I think anything we can do just to show people what the resources are and what the laws actually are is important right now. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I also support for all the reasons presented.
All right. And yes, it is past 10 o'clock. So because we're short on time, I would say we have a majority of folks who have expressed interest. I'm not seeing any vehement position. In fact, I'm not seeing any. So why don't we, Councilor Shebnick, why don't you get a clean copy of that over to staff? We can put that on a future agenda.
And the 3 related actions so that our resolution is not just window dressing. The first is, since it talks about education to businesses, a memo to KBA members. I want to see if people are okay with these 3 actions. The first is a memo to KBA members regarding immigrant rights and resources, and I will read you a draft that Councilmember Sassen put together quite a few weeks ago. That was, I think Stephanie might have it. It's very short and to the point. It says there's been a significant uptick in ICE agents entering small businesses without warrants, detaining people and creating fear among workers and customers. Business owners can take some simple steps to protect them and ensure everyone is welcome. there's 2 bullets, point sign, post sign declaring solidarity with immigrant neighbors in opposition to ICE. You might want to take the last part out. Establish a private signed-off employees only area within the business for employees. ICE agents are allowed in public spaces, but they need signed dated warrant to enter private business areas that are posted with a sign. So yeah, the only modification I would recommend, and I didn't see it until just now, is the last clause in the first bullet. The statement about opposition to ICE. I think we just keep it at the solidarity with immigrant neighbors. And again, I didn't send this out, so you haven't seen it. You're just listening to me now. I do have a sample of with me the stop employee only area. People have signs like this all the time. And then the other sign is just kind of got a flower background, and it says we stand with immigrant families. So pretty benign. So is there traction on this idea? This would be a simple memo with a link to the resource, the sign resources, if they want to print them out.
Anybody oppose? Councilor Marshall?
I feel totally in favor of it, except given the posture we're in, I think I would like to hear legal counsel's opinion.
The attorney?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I would have to take this back and return with that legal advice.
Yeah. I mean, we're not taking direction right now. Anyway, I think we're just getting a sense of temperature. And of course, we would want to run all of this by legal, so.
Right, okay, and the second, this will be quick. I would like us, and probably Lauren's already going to do this, but promoting the new really great web resources that we have for immigrant, refugee, legal not just legal, but just resource information. We have really good website information now, and I would love to see us put that on our, get the word out that there's some links. So traction on that idea. I mean, that seems pretty benign. We already have the website. So, okay. And then the last, sorry.
Deputy Mayor.
And I was just going to share along those lines. I did share with council and staff a few weeks ago the Port of Seattle's guidance that we can build on. I think there's some really high quality, deeply vetted content that the city of Kenmore can use and share with our community. So I just want to make sure that those resources are highlighted. Thank you.
I mean, I might say, Councilor Sherman, and I don't mean this in a bad way. I do think we might be getting past high level policy more into implementation. So I think we may need to give broader direction.
To do these things.
Right, but I think we can give broad direction on what to do and how they communicate it out. That's not, we don't usually tell staff, you're going to put this on a website, usually.
Right. Yeah, this was more promoted.
Yeah, we tell them we want something communicated maybe. And
communicate. Well, that's all I'm saying.
We can make that part of a resolution or something.
Yeah. Okay, and then the last action is slightly different tack. We might have asked for this before. I'm not clear whether we did or not, but I know there was a lot of intention and discussion to have staff come back to us and talk about what is our stance and what are our policies with regard to, for example, our police response, our use of our public buildings that are our city-owned buildings, so that kind of a thing. And I'm just going to leave that vague. So yeah.
I would be open for a briefing on that, maybe from chief and from the city manager on just. The manager?
Yes, actually, that research is already underway. The chief, the city attorney, and our deputy city manager are working on a briefing, so that'll be in the coming weeks.
And I would also say that on the police side of things, Washington State has some pretty clear laws on this, and our King County Sheriff and our King County Executive, who's in charge of the sheriff, is very clear that they are following Washington State laws that prohibit the police assisting ICE in I can't remember exactly how they word it, but, helping them do their jobs essentially. Anything further? Sorry. All right. Councilor Lutzis.
Thank you to our staff in recognizing that we won't be back together again until November 10th. Encourage folks to get out there and vote.
Deputy Mayor.
Nothing further, thank you.
And as you might have seen, I think the weekly update came either right before the meeting or during the meeting, but I represent the city at a K4C meeting with a bunch of other electeds from other cities last week. It was in downtown, and got a good presentation from Executive Braddock along with House Majority Leader Joe Fitzgibbon, talking about some of the work being done at the county and state level, and everybody shared some of their wins that they've been doing at throughout the county, which is good to hear. Overall good event though. And then I will be going to I'm going to be meeting Representative Dewar has been bringing together some folks to talk about emergency preparedness in the 1st District. And there was a meeting, I can't remember, 5 or 6 weeks ago, and there's a follow-up meeting tomorrow. And I'll be going to that meeting with a list of things that we would like to have as a city to better prepare us in case of emergency, because she might be making some capital asks for cities in her district, so we can be better prepared in case something happens. Anyway, with nothing more to come before us, we are adjourned. Oh, God.